Not getting drafted is going to be the best thing that ever happened to PJ Hall. What do I mean by that? PJ Hall balling out with the Denver Nuggets in the preseason. How about that? Summer League, our man is showing out. PJ Hall, former Clemson Tiger, getting it done in the NBA Summer League in a game where he now reunited with Hunter Tyson, his former teammate at Clemson. Both of them looked real good. And man, I'm here to tell you right now why not getting drafted, which a lot of Clemson fans looked at as an insult. Why would you not draft our guy? He's great. I think could actually be a very, very good thing for him. Welcome in to Wire to Wire. He's Cole Bryson. My name is Diesel on a day when it feels like the world was falling apart because, well, like, damn, everybody uses the systems that went down.
I wasn't sure if the show was going to start or not. The normal liner that fires didn't fire. Yeah. And I'm sitting back here thinking, maybe we're going to go on air. Maybe we're not. But guess what? Here we are. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have to convince me as well. I don't know if I can go with this yet, but I'm going to allow you to try to convince me otherwise.
Okay, so Summer League is going on in the NBA. The Denver Nuggets, the team that PJ Hall signed with as an undrafted free agent, or is currently playing with, I should say, at least. They beat the Indiana Pacers 86-71 in an NBA Summer League game, and PJ Hall, well, he looked good. He looked really good. The rookie in the NBA posted a double-double in the game, 10 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks. His former teammate, Hunter Tyson, who is in his second year in the NBA, he was a second-round draft pick last year of the Denver Nuggets, scored 23 points, 8 of 18 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, 4 of 4 from the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and a steal. Hunter Tyson was all over the stat sheet for the Denver Broncos in that game. But Cole, why I think it's a great thing for PJ Hall to not get drafted is because he now is in a situation where you get to go to a good team. Like, you don't get drafted by the dregs of the NBA, right? Like, you're not going to the Pistons. You're not going to the Wizards where you may not fit in. When we get late in rounds in any sports draft, it's kind of like just picking up what's available. It's like, I see a quarter on the floor. I'm going to bend down and pick it up. I don't know where this quarter came from. I don't know much about it, but guess what? It's going to spend, and I need guys on my roster for Summer League. But I think it's a good idea, Cole, because, well, his agent gets to call around and find what he thinks is the best possible situation for a guy like PJ Hall, and he gets to plug him in somewhere to go and be successful. It's almost like starting all the way back at the beginning again when you were a kid, when you were trying to go out and try out for a team and you didn't know if you were going to make it, right? Well, now PJ Hall, he gets this, well, I got to work my ass off to make sure I make this team. And he's going on to potentially going on to a good team. And second-round draft picks in the NBA are not guaranteed contracts at all.
Well, that's where I was going to go is the second-round guys. The only thing that I think about in this scenario with PJ is the second-round guys in the, let's call it 40 to 58 range, right? The guys that we really don't know their names other than Bronny James. I do really. I mean, seriously, we don't know Kevin McCullough Jr. from Kansas. I mean, I know him, but really that range, you don't know a lot of them. The only thing that I would caution is, Diesel, do you think the downside of him not getting drafted is normally a team drafts a guy expecting him to be an impact player, right? Expecting him to get on the floor, expecting this player to be able, I'm not saying within the first few months or first season, whatever, but the second round draft picks in the NBA are so tricky because, like, it's not a home run pick. It's not a lock. You don't know what's going to happen with that guy. However, you go get an Antonio Reeves from Kentucky. If you're, I think he went to Orlando. You get a guy like that, hoping that you can turn him into a guy that you can rely on, and your plan is to put him on the floor. So my only worry is, while I do hear you on him having to go prove it now, my only worry with Denver is, as much as talent is on that team, just a year ago, they were hoisting that that trophy. My only worry is he going to be able to see impactful minutes when the season starts? I know he's doing really well right now in the Summer League, but I guess that's where my concern lies.
Well, we know that PJ Hall has NBA size. He has an NBA skill set, 6'11", 238 coming out of college, scored 18 points a game against ACC competition last year.
Yeah.
The dude can clearly play. And,
Sure.
and we know that he is a guy that when he really, really, really wants to, he can go out there and look absolutely incredible. So I got no doubts on PJ Hall's work ethic and his desire to go out and prove what it is he has to prove to make an NBA roster. Again, it's a very small sample size here, but having a double game, 3 assists and 2 blocks, playing in the competition that he's playing in, looks really good on his resume, right? And so he's in a position where, like I said, his agent puts him on a team that he thinks he has an opportunity to go be successful. I compare his size to I had it here for just a second and then I lost it. Peyton Watson, who's on the Denver Nuggets. That's a $2 million a year guy. He's got similar size against him. And in the NBA, I get it. It's different from summer league competition.
Sure.
Peyton Watson scoring under 7 points a game, 3 rebounds, 1 assist per game. He's not lighting up the scoreboard, right? So there's always the possibility to potentially steal a roster spot away from a guy like that by just flat out looking better.
Yeah, and listen, I hear you on that. I just, when I look at the roster, there's so much talent. Now, here's where all of the things that I say would go moot, Diesel. If he can consistently in the NBA, if he can consistently rely on the three-point shot and kind of turn into Brandon Clark, who is a good comp when you look at a guy like PJ Hall, Brandon Clark that plays for the Grizzlies. He's a really good player, similar size. I've always thought that he was a very similar player in the way that he plays and the way that he's built when you're looking at PJ Hall. So Brandon Clark realized, hey, I've got to go average 12 a game in the NBA. I've got to have my three-point shot fall, a really good player out of Canada. And listen, Brandon Clark was picked in the first round, late, 21st pick. However, he developed that three-point shot at Gonzaga. So if PJ Hall, for all the things I say that I worry about, like there being so much talent on the roster that he doesn't see the floor in Denver because that is a championship team, the kicker with any player in the NBA is if you can shoot, especially at his size, if he can be more than a one-dimensional guy, if he can come out and really impress Denver with his ability to knock down deep balls behind the three, then guess what? It doesn't matter where he is. It doesn't matter what team he's on in the NBA. They're going to find a spot for him on the roster, and then they're also going to probably find some time to work him in.
Yeah, it feels like the modern NBA is really built for guys like PJ Hall, kind of the guys that can do a little bit of everything. It's not built for the dudes who are 7'2" and 280 pounds anymore. It's not built really for the tiny guys anymore because they can't drive and do what they want to do. So the NBA, now that you've got a bunch of dudes who are out there at that 6'8", 200+ pound mark, the fact that this dude PJ Hall can get out and shoot the threes, which is it's almost as high a percentage shot as shooting just inside the 3-point line. The NBA wants guys like this. He is built the way the NBA wants their forwards, and maybe he would be a little small for a power forward type of guy, but they want shooting forwards like him. I mean, would you rather be drafted, Cole? Would you rather be drafted late in the second round? You go to a garbage team, or would you rather be an undrafted free agent where you can kind of go out and make your way?
Well, again, it comes down to seeing the floor. I hear you. I would definitely rather be on a good team if I make the roster and see the floor. However, my concern goes back to just that. Will PJ Hall be able to go against guys like Christian Braun and Aaron Gordon and be able to actually see the floor and make the roster? Or like, for example, I was talking about Orlando a minute ago. You go to a place like Orlando, or one of the worst teams in the league, right? And a guy like PJ Hall is going to see the floor a lot quicker because he's not having to worry about guys like Michael Porter Jr. and Christian Braun that he's got to fight playing time for. So I agree with you on that sense. However, I just think it's interesting that the system that he's in now with Nikola Jokic, who's one of the best, if not the best in the world, shows exactly what PJ does. Going back to what you said about the league being built for players like PJ, listen, it's very simple now in the NBA what the player needs to look like. I agree with you on the 280-pound 7'3" center not having a place in today's NBA. And for the little guy, listen, it all comes down to, can you shoot? If you can shoot, if you're 7 foot tall and you can shoot, Victor Wembanyama, as tall as he is, as lanky as he looks, guess what he can do? He can pull up and he can shoot, right? Nikola Jokic doesn't look like a guy who walks on the floor and is looked at as, man, you got to guard him. You got to pick him up at the three-point line. You got to pick him up coming across the half-court line. However, he is. He can shoot with anybody, and because he's a threat, because he has the size, that's why he's on the floor and one of the best in the game.
Yeah, and not to say that PJ Hall selected the Denver Nuggets to go try out for because his former teammate was there, but that's got to count for something, right?
Oh, sure, certainly helps.
You're away from home, you got a guy that you're familiar with. I mean, you're telling me that Hunter Tyson out there isn't dishing the ball to PJ Hall just because he knows, he knows what PJ Hall is going to do? I think he's set up in a really enviable position to have a good shot to make this roster. And he's playing right now against subpar competition. It is summer league. The stars are not there, right? So he has the opportunity to really show himself at this point in the season and do it with a familiar face around him. So I like what PJ Hall is doing, and I like the position that he's found himself in.
So it's interesting. They made 2 really significant signings with PJ Hall and Trey Alexander. Trey Alexander's a sensational pickup. When you have a guy for Trey Alexander to learn behind Jamal Murray, it doesn't get much better than that. For PJ, maybe he's a replacement for a few guys that do fill in, do back up Nikola Jokic. I don't disagree that I don't like the team and the system that he's in. I just really, really hope that he's going to be impactful enough. And I guess that's the $1 million question. What do GMs, what do the coaches of the Denver Nuggets need to see from their leagues from their guys in the summer leagues, Diesel, to be able to say, hey, this guy's shown me enough that he can impact the floor, not only in a summer league game, because PJ has shown, you're right, small sample size, but he's shown that he can be an impact on the floor for Denver. However, I would love to know, I love to pick the brain of those coaches and say, hey, look, what do you see that translates to them actually playing in the NBA? Because it is a lot different. It is a different skill set. They're going up against a lot better of players. Not to say that the players they're playing against right now aren't good, but it's a different level, right? I don't want to say a JV level, but it is a step down in terms of the competition they're playing against. It's interesting with them bringing in Russell Westbrook now, 2-way contracts, not having a lot of cap space. So the entire Denver situation with PJ Hall being there, obviously being a local guy, it's a fascinating situation right now. I just hope he makes it.
Yeah, and PJ would do well for himself. Scoring is great. Yeah, scoring is phenomenal, but he's going to really have to show that he can dish and play defense, because Nikola Jokic is going to get a vast majority of the shots on that team. Assuming Russell Westbrook does come in, and has that trade been finalized?
I haven't seen it. Or is it
still rumored at this point? Yeah, it's still rumored at this point that Russell Westbrook may be headed there. But Russell Westbrook obviously is gonna soak up a majority of shots that Nikola Jokic doesn't take. So he's going to have to show himself as being a guy who can really dish the ball and play defense. And if he can do that and still put up, 10, 12 points a night, knock down a couple of threes, I think PJ Hall has a decent enough chance as an undrafted free agent to possibly go out and make this team.
It's unclear whether Alexander or PJ, either one of them, for as good as both of them are, it's unclear if they'll become NBA players. But the good news for PJ is there were enough draft analysts and scouts that were high on those players that it should make you feel good about Hall being a possibility. I think he's looked at as a project option. I think he is. I think he's looked at as a project guy. I do think I don't want to say concern, but I think they'll be able to watch and see if PJ will be able to make the smart plays, right? Obviously, we talked about the 3 ball and being able to pull up, being able to shoot. However, I think they'll also be looking for PJ to be able to take care of the basketball, make smart plays, and not turn the ball over, not make dumb plays on both ends, not just offensively, but defensively. At times in college, he did make a couple of questionable plays, right, in games and big games that you kind of thought, man, what is he doing? I think that was, in my opinion, this is a good thing, me saying this, not derogatory toward PJ at all. That's really, in my own opinion, his only weakness. That was his biggest flaw. And if that's something that he can clean up in the summer, and taking care of the basketball and making smarter plays on both ends of the floor, yeah, you do look at a PJ Hall and think he would have a good shot. I just look at that as the biggest concern these scouts in the NBA probably had on him.
So this was his NBA draft prospectus. This comes directly from NBA.com. Quote, Hall has an impressive build and shouldn't have significant issues defending bigs at the next level. That's going to be key. Even though he's expected to go through an adjustment period, he should hold his own and then some defensively in the NBA. However, he's not as advanced on the offensive end of the court. And yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a struggle for him. However, while he was in college, PJ Hall played some really good offensive basketball.
He did.
He wasn't a blow you away kind of guy statistically, but he played good offensive basketball in the NBA. In college.
He averaged 18 points a game. I mean, that something like that. I may be off on that, but I
averaged 18 in a good conference.
Sure. And we said this months ago, but his ability and what he did down the stretch, I don't want to say carrying Clemson, being an integral part of their postseason run, putting him on stages against Arizona and Alabama. Obviously fell to Alabama, but that's a big part of his stock as well. So I think he's an NBA player. I really do. I think he has what it takes. I just think it's fascinating to see what scouts say about him and what their concerns are with a guy like PJ. Ultimately, though, when it comes down to it, him showing out, him doing well in these summer games, as you talked about earlier, 12 points? Is that something like
10,
that?
Yeah,
10 points.
10 points. Let me go back and find those
13
stats.
rebounds, 3 assists, 2 balls.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing exactly what he has to do, right? I mean, you said it earlier. He might have a chip on his shoulder being undrafted, but he's doing exactly what he has to do. And listen, if I'm wrong and he does make the roster on that stacked of a team, that's incredible for him because – that's a postseason team. They're playing basketball in May and in June. So I hope it works out for him.
What I like about him is the way he developed while at Clemson. I mean, he ramped up from starting with his sophomore season because his freshman season he didn't see the floor a ton. He ramped up from shooting 78 threes in 2021-22 to shooting 165 threes in 2023-24. And he was shooting those threes at about a 32% clip his senior season. It was a little bit of a drop off from his junior year where he shot at just a shade under 40%. But if you can get a guy like that who's out there at 6'11", dropping 35% threes in the NBA, even if he only takes, 4 or 5 of them a night, and then he's expected to be a role player and play really good defense, I think the Denver Nuggets could do a lot worse than having a guy like PJ Hall on their roster. So,
and look, again, I know it sounds simple. I know I said earlier that he's got to be able to shoot the ball, but that's the name of the game in the NBA. It doesn't matter if you're Steph Curry size or Victor Wembanyama size. You've got to be able to shoot the basketball. And the biggest guys in the NBA now, they can, right? It's not the Shaq league anymore where they feed the paint, and Shaq can't hit a shot to save his life. Shaq would not make it in this game in terms of being able to shoot the ball. He'd still be a force down low and in the paint, but when it comes to shooting, obviously that was not a part of his game.
And PJ's always been a very efficient shooter, just field goal percentage wise. He never dipped below 49% from the field
good
at any point in any season in his college career. So the guy can shoot. He's maybe not the most elite shooter in the world, but I like where he is.
But for his size, I mean, for you're talking about 30% clip at that size, that's pretty good. And hopefully you're right. Hopefully it is good enough to land him on a contract.
It's a good reason to follow the Denver Nuggets. I mean, there's no reason for us to follow the Charlotte Hornets. I don't know. Those of you who are in the area who do follow the Charlotte Hornets, you're just gluttons for punishment at this point. I mean, just go find somebody that came out of your college, follow them, be a fan of that team, be a fan of that guy. Don't worry about what the Charlotte Hornets are doing. They suck. They're never going to get any better.
God, don't Diesel. Don't do that to me. I want to pull for I told you when LeBron retires, I got to pull for somebody. God, I'm trying my best to believe.
So you're saying your fandom is not going to transfer to Bronny?
No.
No.
That's we could get on a tangent there, but no, it won't. There's only one LeBron.
Have you seen these idiots putting money on him to go win Rookie of the Year?
Well, they're exactly what you just said. Idiots. I mean, that is a little bit of a stretch. However, I'll pull for him, but I'm not going to be as enthralled with him as I am his dad. So I'm going to try my best to follow the Hornets when he does retire, when LeBron retires, and pull for him. I went to a game last year, and they were terrible. I think they got beat by like 30 by Philadelphia. So it's tough. But the thing about it is, man, in that market, if they were just somewhat decent, that place would be electric every night with the support they have in Charlotte. However, Charles Lee has to put some good product on the floor. All right, it's Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. We appreciate you spending the Friday with us, putting a bow on the week. Hope it's been a good one, and you have a good weekend coming up. A little cloudy outside right now. We had some rain come down, so stay safe wherever you are. Coming up next, I want you to get on the conversation. We take a look at the NFL rookie quarterbacks and ask the question, which rookie quarterback has the head coach that's best suited to help that quarterback be successful? We want your thoughts on this topic. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. It is a wonderful Friday. Glad to be with you. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. It is Wire to Wire, a newer show right here on the afternoon drive. If you're new to the show, we appreciate you being a part of the show. Every single day, Diesel and I talk sports, football coming up here in just a little while. 30-something days, man. Is that right? Did I say 30-something days yesterday on the Daily Wire? So Diesel will be here before you know it. But I want to look at I want to go back in time a little bit to the month of April when you and I covered the draft a good bit, right? We looked at the rookie quarterbacks that came out of the 2024 class. And I think it's fascinating that when we look at different quarterbacks, we talk about this guy having success compared to this guy. Well, we've talked about Caleb Williams plenty of times. We've talked about Jaden Daniels, who I'm really high on, and I think you are as well. But is there any coaches, and Tolos, I want you to be a part of the conversation as well, 71307, start your text with the word fan or hop in on the stream. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Madcraft, Trey, they're in there right now chatting it up. Are there any coaches, Diesel, that when you look at these guys, you think, man, maybe this guy could have success a lot quicker because of the coach that they're with?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get to say, all right, who's the best quarterback of the guys drafted in the middle of the first round? Because that's when you start getting down to the teams who maybe have a little something, right? I mean, they're not completely bereft of talent. Now, the Bears have obviously done a really great job acquiring talent to go around Caleb Williams, but do they have enough yet at this point? The Bears have certainly made a little bit of a resurgence over the past 2 seasons. It's really not that hard to resurge from only 3 wins. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like, or it's to say like any improvement is phenomenal improvement if you're the Chicago Bears. But one of the problems that I see, Cole, is going to check, the backgrounds of a lot of these coaches who are leading these teams, and not a lot of offensive guys as head coaches of these teams, which is kind of counter to the conversation that we've all had over the past 4 or 5 years, is you got to go get yourself an offensive guru, right? You got to go get that.
Carolina did.
Yeah, you got to go get that elite offensive mind. Well, that's not really the case for a lot of these teams. Matt Eberflus, defensive guy. Dan Quinn, defensive guy.
Big defensive
Gerard
guy.
Mayo, Raheem Morris, all of those guys, defensive guys. So it's not a prerequisite that you have an offensive-minded guy to be successful in the NFL as your head coach, but it sure helps.
No, it sure helps.
To be able to come into the league and really speak the language with your head coach. So, I mean, it feels like a simple answer to say, but I think J.J. McCarthy with the Vikings, and even though they've got some big talent issues, Bo Nix with the Broncos, just having Sean Payton there. I mean, Sean Payton didn't suddenly forget how to coach. Right?
So Bo Nix was the guy that I went to.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you just tuned in, we're talking about the NFL rookie quarterbacks that might have more success because of their head coach. And to your point, I'm really, really high on Jaden Daniels. I don't know if we can say Jaden Daniels' success is going to be because of Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn obviously spent the last few years in Dallas as the DC. He was the head coach in Atlanta. However, I look at a guy like Bo Nix, and no, I'm not high on the Broncos, but people who know NFL football, who are involved in the leagues, or in the league rather, they know, and we all know, that Sean Payton offensively is one of the better offensive minds. Sean Payton as a head coach, as a general manager type head coach that really did a good job of putting the right guys in place, organizing, running his program, running his organization in a near perfect way in New Orleans. That's where I go. And no, they don't have the best talent. No, they don't have the best receivers. But Bo Nix at Oregon, Diesel, he showed that he has it between the ears. He has the intangibles, which I think is very, very important. But you put a guy like Bo Nix, who's seen a lot of football, right? He has seen a lot of football. And you put him with a guy like Sean Payton, maybe that's the team that we're discounting. Maybe we're not giving Sean Payton enough credit and enough of a chance to go out and surprise a lot of people in Denver.
And I'm not super sold on whether or not I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be a huge success in the NFL. And certainly you can't necessarily plug and play guys into different roles.
Sure.
But, man, does it not feel like J.J. McCarthy is like a carbon copy of Kirk Cousins? Like they're the same height.
Hope not.
They got, they got a lot of things in common. And going into a roster and a team that, went to the wild card game in 2022. They won the NFC North that year. Obviously, I know that 2023 was not a great season for the Vikings, but I got to think that Kevin O'Connell, being a young guy, should really be able to connect with a guy like J.J. McCarthy and get the absolute most out of him. So I do agree that Bo will probably be a little better than J.J. in the NFL, but I do think J.J. is going to have a decent run there.
Well, there's a lot of factors with Bo. Number one, the first factor is, and I think the most important right now, is that Bo's playing the Kansas City Chiefs twice a year. Bo's in the AFC West. The Raiders aren't any good. The Chargers are just kind of trying to figure out who they are. I think they're going to be a lot better now with Harbaugh. However, when you look at what's stacked up against a guy like Bo Nix, having to play the Chiefs twice, the Chargers are going to be better. Their schedule in year number one, there's going to be a lot of areas of this team that are glaring issues. They have a lot of needs right now. They may be able, when you look at Denver with Sean Payton and Bo Nix, they may be able, Diesel, to get a few in the first few weeks. Seattle week 1, Pittsburgh week 2, Tampa Bay winnable game, right? Jets winnable game, Raiders winnable game, Chargers will be tough, Saints and Panthers, very winnable games. Then you have the Ravens and the Chiefs. But you look at the back half, the Raiders, the Browns, the Colts, the Bengals, Chiefs, the last two are probably back-to-back losses. But my point is, if you can at least get a wild card, if you can at least give the Denver Broncos faith again, because let's remember, Denver's not far removed from being a heck of a defense, right? This Denver defense just a few years ago was absolutely nasty. And I know there were a lot of experiments that didn't work out, like Randy Gregory and other guys that just didn't really pan out the way they thought they would. However, they do have a lot of holes to fill, and that's going to be the issue. Don't forget, adding Zach Wilson, which is strange, right? They added Zach right before the draft. Cortland Sutton, in my opinion, is not a good enough guy to carry that offense. So it's an interesting pick, but I also like where you went with
J.J. McCarthy. And one thing I like about what J.J. is going to be coming into, the NFC North doesn't have particularly great defenses. Last year, the NFC North Packers ranked 17th in the league. The let's see who else. The Lions, 19th in the league. Just two very middle of the pack defenses there. So I don't think is the fact that he's going to have to play all those teams twice. Yeah, Chicago. Where did Chicago rank last year? They ranked
20-something probably.
Let's see, the Bears
12th.
12th in the league.
Wow, they had a
pretty decent defense last year, but again, not stifling by any means. So I think JJ's going to have some time to throw the ball, and I think I think he's not really necessarily coming into the toughest league where they're just going to be all over him, play in and play out. It's not a particularly easy league, obviously, with the Detroit Lions there. So you're still going to be looking up at Detroit. But, it's not just a murderer's row.
You mentioned Raheem Morris. I do think that is interesting. And Trey on the YouTube stream brings up Atlanta. And to our conversation, Trey says Michael Penix has the potential to be in a good situation. He gets to sit like rookies used to be able to do so, we think, right? Unless Kurt goes down. If Morris doesn't work out, then the next coach might need to be committed to him. Talking about Michael because he was drafted. So I think Trey's dead on there. I really do. I think Raheem Morris will work out. I think Atlanta made a good hire with Raheem Morris. And maybe that's a guy as well that we could add to that list because I know you mentioned him, but if you told me Raheem Morris and Michael Penix Jr. paired together starting off right now, I'd say, you know what? This is definitely a playoff team.
Yeah.
It's in a 9, 10, 11 win team.
In a very weak division.
Very weak division. I just don't know how long, and we talked about it right after the draft, I just don't know how long this Cousins experiment will last. I really believe, I could be dead wrong, I believe the shorter it lasts, the better it'll be for the Falcons.
Yeah, is Penix going to retire before he ever even has a chance to get out and see the field? Because he's already old. He's already, 26, 27 years old, I think. And with Kirk being on, I think, a 4-year deal is what they signed him on, he's going to be 30 almost by the time he finally gets to get out and see the field. It's a weird situation there in Atlanta. And I do think Michael Penix Jr. sees the field relatively early, and same situation, being in a weak division. Sure. I think he has certainly the potential to go out and be pretty good.
It's going to be a lot of fun, though. Just to put a bow on this conversation, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the rookie quarterbacks because, as we all know, most of the rookie quarterbacks that are really good go to bad teams. Yeah. I do think that this fall, looking at the guys that went, I am very intrigued to see how they evolve within the first 3 years, from a Caleb Williams to a Jaden Daniels, even to Drake May in New England. We didn't really talk about him. I guess the jury's still out on Gerard Mayo, the new coach for New England. So, talking about these new quarterbacks, I'm super intrigued because they are really good quarterbacks. They were all really good in college. It's just, who's given the most time and who has the right head coach.
Yeah, and I like the situation. We didn't bring him up because he wasn't a first-round draft pick, but I like the situation that Spencer Rattler is in.
Sure.
In New Orleans. I think he has a very good chance to see the field. Now, you need him to see the field as soon as possible. Yeah. So that he doesn't get jumped and they go draft somebody else over him. If he was, what was he, like a 5th round draft pick, 4th or 5th round draft pick? If the Saints end up, moving on from Derek Carr, going into the draft maybe next year or the year after, and they're still kind of middle of the pack, they're going to be taking a quarterback in the first round. So, are they really going to give a guy like Spencer Rattler, who has 3 years under his belt, learning the system, the reins when they could put their first round draft pick? And there's always so much pressure to play your first round draft pick.
And real quick point on that before the break, we talk about so many times, Diesel, these preseason games being meaningless. Tell Spencer Rattler these preseason games are meaningless, because seriously, if he can get in and get some really good film on tape, that may help him if, to your point, they do in a year go draft a quarterback because maybe another team out there goes and gets Spencer.
Well, he better hope like hell that he doesn't throw any interceptions, because that's the stigma that you put on a guy like Spencer Rattler. And if he can protect the ball in his preseason opportunities, then he's got some really good film under him. When we come back, Cole, we talk a lot about the Power 4 conferences. It feels weird to even say Power 4. I want to go 5, but 4 doesn't want to come out. There's 5 other conferences out there, Cole. One of them is going to get into the college football playoff. So let's pick who's going to win each group of 5 conference, and maybe who's going to be representing the G5 in the expanded 12-team playoff. We'll get to that next, right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app. Believe it or not, Cole, there is football outside of the SEC, Big Ten, ACC, and Big 12. Shocker. It does happen. There are 5 other conferences in college football, Cole, and we haven't spent any time whatsoever talking about them as we're leading up to college football now, 34 days away?
I didn't know there was any other teams or conferences. I thought it was just the SEC.
Come on.
Sorry,
you hater. You gatekeeper, you. No, man, there's the American Athletic Conference. Are you telling me you don't like America? Is that what you're trying to say to me right now?
I did tell you I didn't watch the Olympics, so let me go ahead and continue that. No,
Yeah.
Memphis is in that one, right? I like.
Yeah.
So, real quick side note, I love watching Memphis. Memphis is always a
Is it
good,
the unis? Or is it, for the money?
They're always Memphis is they're the best for whatever reason in terms of
It blows me away that Memphis has not yet gotten an invitation into a power conference. And I don't know that we're going to see a ton more expansion. There's not going to be this rush to pick up group of 5 teams anymore, especially if we believe that the ACC is like that close to crumbling. If you're the Big 12, why would you go pick up Memphis when you could pick up Clemson and Florida State, right? So that's going to be really fascinating to watch. Is the door officially shut on G5s making their way up into the Power 5? I'm pretty sure it is, Cole, but let's take a quick look as we have about 4 minutes in this segment and go through these 5 group of 5 conferences and see if we can predict in advance who's going to win each race. Okay. So we start with the biggest. How about that? Actually, let's just go alphabetical order to make this as easy as possible. The American Athletic Conference, I see this coming down, Cole, as a 3-horse race between UTSA, Tulane, and Memphis. Thing is, Tulane, they got a new head coach as Willie Fritz is now over at Houston. John Summerall came over from Troy. Troy was a really good football team under his watch. UTSA, they're projected to start a freshman quarterback. But Memphis is going to start a senior quarterback, Seth Hennigan, with a junior directly behind him. They had the 15th best offense in the country last year at just a shade under 460 yards per game. I say this is a 3-horse race, but is it really? Memphis, I think it's going to come down to Memphis.
It's Memphis.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more knowns when it comes to Memphis, and the fact that they've got a quality aged quarterback should their QB1 go down. I like Memphis a lot.
The last 3 years of that conference, 3 different teams have won.
Isn't it fun?
A lot of parity there.
Isn't it fun to have the unpredictability in a conference? Yeah. Conference USA, this is kind of the Island of Misfit Toys conference. When I go down some of the early season power rankings, nobody's anywhere close to Liberty. It's amazing what Liberty has done. Now, granted, they played a garbage schedule in 2023. They played absolutely nobody, but they rode it to a lot of national prominence. They were hot at the right time, but their second best team in that conference, Cole, just got there out of the FCS in Jacksonville State.
Yeah. And Western Kentucky's not bad.
No.
Here's the deal.
They flash from time to time, and they're really good from time to time.
But Liberty has the best coach in the conference.
Yeah.
Liberty's stacked in terms of their coaching staff.
Yeah.
Hard not to pick them.
And the thing about when you look at Liberty's schedule this year, they got 0 Power 4 teams. They have a very good chance, Cole, to run the table. Their toughest game is going to be App State September 28th.
That's their toughest game.
Yeah. That's their toughest game. Going to the MAC, Cole. This one's a hard one because really nobody pays attention to the MAC. Sorry, no disrespect for all of our Ohio and Michigan residents who have moved down here, but nobody gives a rip about the MAC around here. It's a tough one to call. It's a tough one to call, and especially when you consider none of their teams are projected in the top half of college football this year.
Miami's probably the team, or Miami of Ohio, right? Yeah. They're probably the team that stands out, but you're right. There's not a lot of good teams.
Well, in the MAC, I'm going Toledo. As a matter of fact, they get Miami at home October 5th. They get Ohio at home. They get Bowling Green at home, who, by the way, has the worst color scheme in college football. It's brown on orange.
Yeah, that's bad.
Who decided that was a good idea? They don't play Western Michigan, so they get all of their toughest games at home, and they don't play arguably the 3rd strongest team in the conference at all this year. And remember, in November, we get that midweek Maction, baby, Tuesday, Wednesday nights through the month of November.
Before that. Yeah, sign me up.
No Saturday games for an entire month for that conference. Moving over to the Mountain West, about Boise State. I like Boise State a lot. They're always really good, but they got a tough first couple of weeks. They're on the road at Georgia Southern, not playing the triple option anymore. Then they're at number 3, Oregon, and they've got Washington State coming to Boise in week number 4. They could be a really good football team this year, Cole, but just dig themselves into a hole at worst. Probably starting 1-3 because that in the middle of that they do have an FCS opponent.
And those teams are going to be tested because, as you said, Boise State plays a tough schedule. Fresno State plays Michigan and UCLA in the first 3 games. So they're going to be tested. It's going to be a lot of fun to follow that conference, though. Yeah,
that's a fun one. I always loved watching the Mountain West games after dark. They call now. There's no Pac-12 after dark. We're going to be watching Mountain West at midnight, I guess, is what they're going to call it.
I'm for it.
And then moving to the conference that my team sits in, the Sun Belt. James Madison, App State, both just 2 spots separate them in the preseason power polls.
What sport is James Madison not good at?
Yeah, they've just come up at the right time with everything being really good. The big issue with James Madison is they've lost everybody. I mean, their head coach, Kurt Signetti, went off to Indiana, took 13 players with him. Not the starting quarterback. He ended up transferring to Texas State for some reason.
That's a lot of players
13 guys went to Indiana.
So App State's the favorite?
I like App State a lot in this conference this year. Joey touchdowns, as they say, 33 tuts in 2023.
I like it. I love watching App State, especially those old, I don't know if they're the same now, but those old App State Coastal games with Chadwell, they were
good stuff.
Were really, really fun to watch.
Chadwell's a funky dude, but you hate him, but you respect him.
No doubt. And he's in a really good place now, as you mentioned, a very favorable schedule at Liberty. All right, coming up next, Vegas odds for conference wins. I saw this earlier. I saw Clemson's odds for conference wins. Thought it was fascinating. We'll get to it. Your opinion as well next. is hour number 2 of Wire to Wire right here on the Fan Upstate. So glad to be with you. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. Diesel, the Vegas odds for conference wins in 2024. I was looking at them earlier, not necessarily to bring them on the show, but when I saw what they have Clemson as, I was intrigued. I was very intrigued. And I said, I've got to bring this to the table now. I've got to see what you think, what our Tolo Clemson fans think. 71307 is the way you can get in touch with the show. But I want to pull up the Clemson schedule side by side of these Vegas odds, because you and I have looked at this Clemson schedule since it came out a few times. But what's so fascinating is when you look at what Vegas thinks Clemson will do in 2024 conference wins, they are on their schedule. As I'm pulling it up, they have 1, 2. So Stanford's now a conference game. So they have NC State, Stanford, Florida State, Wake, Virginia, Louisville, Virginia Tech, Pitt conference games. That's 8, right? That makes 8 conference games for Clemson this season in the ACC. I want you, Diesel, to guess what Vegas has the over-under at for conference wins for Clemson in 2024. So I'm not going to tell you where I'm going yet because that'd give away what the over-under is set out. How many wins? There is a half included.
Yeah. I'm going to say 6.5.
I thought 6.5 would probably be where they went. 5.5.
Wow.
5.5, a little lower than I thought.
Vegas confidence in Dabo Swinney is eroding, and for good reason. He's not doing the things that successful coaches need to do to compete at the highest level in this era of college football.
So 5.5 conference wins is where the over-under set. To you, Tolos, and it doesn't have to be just Clemson fans. South Carolina fans can play as well. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Again, we're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I do think I would take the over 5.5. The over 5.5 Diesel is what's favored, but I think they beat NC State. NC State's going to be a very good test for Clemson. I'm high on NC State this year. I think they beat NC State, Stanford, Wake, Virginia, Louisville, Tech, and Pitt. That would be 7. Even if I'm wrong on one of those, it's still 6, right? Is there any way? Like, how do you tell me they only win 5 conference games this year?
Could you imagine dropping the ACC home opener to a transfer quarterback at NC State? Grayson McCall, yeah. We just got to know, like, what kind of shape is Grayson McCall still in? He had that tough 2023, lots of injuries, but I know how good of a quarterback he is. And with increased talent around him, now playing for an ACC squad, I think Grayson McCall could be a really sneaky good quarterback this year.
No, I agree with that. And I've always been a fan of Grayson. He's a dude, right? And who's seen as much college football in the ACC at quarterback as Grayson has, really? So I'm high on NC State. That September 21st ACC kickoff after their bye week, I think that bye week's good right there. It does help. I think Clemson has an advantage in that game with it being at home and coming off a bye.
Yeah.
However, if you tell me that Vegas goes under here, if it goes under 5.5, that means they have to lose to NC State.
Yeah. By the way, NC State has a difficult showdown September 7th. They play Tennessee at a neutral site game at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. That's the Dukes Mayo Classic this year. I love going to the Dukes Mayo Classic, Cole, because they always give you free mayonnaise. If you work in the booth, they give you custom mayonnaise with logos of the teams on it. I love it. But they host Western Carolina week 1, and they host Louisiana Tech week 3, and they get a really good Tennessee in week 2, but it's a neutral site. So they're not going to be the most tested at that point. I would have liked to have seen Grayson McCall play that Tennessee game on the road so they get that real test. So they're not going to be in a truly hostile environment until week 4. But if they're going to go under 5.5, they have to lose to NC State. They probably have to lose at Florida State. And they'd have to lose one more, right?
Yeah. So
then we're saying either,
if they
losing at home to Louisville, losing on the road at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, they'd have to lose. So if
one of those two.
If they beat Stanford, Wake, Virginia Tech, and Pitt, that's 5. You're right. They'd have to lose to Louisville, Florida State, and NC State, which right now they're all ranked. Those 3 teams right now, again, Louisville, I think Clemson beats Louisville.
And if you go 0 against 3 of the best teams in the conference, that's when things get real ugly.
Real hot, right?
Yeah.
Real hot for old Dabo.
But hey, there's still going to be that contingent of Clemson fans. In Dabo, I trust. He can stay here as long as he wants to. I genuinely question Colin because I don't believe it. I don't believe the hardcore, chest-thumping, orange underwear wearing Clemson fans who say Dabo's got my vote of confidence forever no matter what he does. I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
All right, here's a fun one. Alabama 2024. Looking at what Vegas has, again, in the SEC, so the win totals, while they may be similar, it's a different league. It's a different conference. 2024 Alabama Crimson Tide conference wins. In conference, they have Georgia, Vandy, South Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri, LSU, and Oklahoma and Auburn. So there's 8 conference games. Pretty tough schedule. Diesel without looking. Once again, what do you think Vegas has Alabama's over-under set at for conference wins?
I think the over-under for Alabama is also 5.5.
Diesel says also 5.5.
Hey.
You're right. That's crazy,
because that means to me wins at Vandy, against South Carolina, Missouri.
But that's 3 losses as well.
Oklahoma and Auburn. So to me, that's 5.
Okay.
So then you got to lose. Oh,
that's what I'm saying. I don't see him losing to – I don't think Alabama will drop off so much that they lose to Tennessee and LSU.
Right.
I really don't. I think that's a lock over 5.5.
You're on the road at Tennessee and at LSU.
Sure.
The only – I mean, your toughest game of the year, obviously you get Georgia at home. Man, that's going to be nuts. Week number 5, excuse me, at Bryant-Denny Stadium, Georgia coming to town. I mean, I know that's what the people who wanted the SEC to go divisionless wanted. You get the Georgia-Alabama matchups. You get the East-West matchups.
But not to get off on a tangent on that game on September 28th, because I do think Bama goes over the Vegas total. But imagine to our conversation yesterday, Diesel, imagine what would happen to the narrative of Georgia and Bama taking a backseat with Kalen DeBoer if in Bryant-Denny Stadium, Jalen Milroe put on a freaking Jalen show and they took down Kirby at home.
Yeah.
You talk about changing the narrative real quick.
Yeah, this is a game of hot potato in the SEC. I mean, this is such a brutal league to go out and win. And, if Kirby's smart, he's got the flag right now. He's running around with it. He's playing a game of capture the flag, and he's got it. But man, Alabama could take it, snatch it right back there on September 28th.
They could. So I say Bama goes over 5.5. I think they lose to Georgia, but they beat Vandy, they beat South Carolina, they beat Tennessee, they beat Missouri. I think they beat LSU and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I mean, are they – that'd be 7 if they were to beat Auburn. They're not losing to Auburn. Okay, let's say worst case they lose to Georgia and they lose to Tennessee. They don't play Ole Miss? No Ole Miss on the schedule?
No Texas.
No Texas? So let's say worst case they lose to Georgia, lose to Tennessee. So they're 2-2 after the Tennessee game. Missouri makes 3, LSU makes 4, Oklahoma makes 5, and Auburn would make 6. So they'd still go over. So I could be wrong on going over for both Clemson and Alabama, Diesel, but I think they both go over 5.5.
Yeah, I don't see them losing 2 out of 3 against Georgia, Tennessee, and LSU. Because those to me seem like the ones that really – that's where the season boils down to.
Sure. It does.
Georgia, Tennessee, LSU. Do we really see Alabama losing 2 out of 3? I don't see it. No.
I don't. They're not going to drop off
They're
much.
Definitely going to. I really think they get Tennessee. And the fact that they're coming off a bye before they face Georgia.
You never know,
man.
Never say never.
And somewhere Bama Springer's got a beer in his hand and a smile on his face. I think Alabama gets Georgia week number 5.
Never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Feels weird to say it's going to be on ABC, but at least that means I can now watch SEC games through my ESPN ABC subscription.
On CBS before.
I couldn't watch it. Friggin' CBS.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, friggin' CBS. They don't have an over-the-air affiliate here in the upstate, and I would have had to stream it illegally.
Here's a fun one. This one might be the last one we have time for. Maybe have time for one more. Let's go down 26, Diesel. Let's get on I-26 and go to Columbia. South Carolina, regular season conference wins. I'm trying not to laugh while I'm saying this because I might give it away. I'm going to still try to make a guess here.
Oh, man.
But South Carolina, regular season conference wins. What does Vegas have it set at?
1.5?
2.5.
No. Come on.
2.5.
1.5 too mean to South Carolina?
It is too mean. That's too low. 2.5.
2.5.
So here we go. You and I have talked about this.
Yeah.
I think there are 4 locks on the schedule: Old Dominion, Akron, Vandy, and Wofford. However, that's only 1 conference win, right? So if they, I went over on Clemson. I went over on Bama. I don't know. I'm going over here. So we have to find outside of Vandy
3 wins.
Yeah, but outside of Vandy, you got to find 2 more conference wins. 2 more conference wins for South Carolina. They ain't beaten Ole Miss. Let's go all the way to the top.
Yeah.
Kentucky, maybe.
Maybe.
I think that's probably their best chance, don't you? At 2. Kentucky, it's in Lexington, but still, I think South Carolina can beat Kentucky. I think Kentucky is 1. I do think they beat Vandy.
Mm-hmm. I think they got A&M with an ACC quarterback at the helm.
At home?
And a new head coach at home, at night, coming off a bye. And that game sets up very nicely for South Carolina.
It does. No, you're right.
I like it.
I think it could be. Like, if you look at Beamer in 2024, I think you'll look at that and think, you know what? I don't want to call this term's thrown out way too much. I don't want to call it a must-win game. But that's a huge freaking game.
3-5, going 3-5 in the SEC, even if you achieve the over, going 3-5 in the SEC ought to get you fired.
But it won't. It won't, though. Not for Beamer. I'm telling you, I don't disagree with you, but
do you think we're like 6 months away from, well, who could we hire that's better conversations?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Here's the deal. Matt Kraft on the stream says going under 2.5. This is terrible. Might buy down and get the under 1.5 at plus points. That's terrible of you to say, by the way, Matt Kraft. Just a Gamecock hater. However, I don't have enough faith to take the over. It sounds crazy, though, right?
Yeah.
But that A&M game's not a lock. Like, yeah, they that's a winnable game at home. As you said, coming off of a bye, maybe Oklahoma. You can go get Venables and Norman.
Maybe Missouri, because at that point, Missouri's going to be beaten and bloodied in the SEC. You get them at home. I mean, they're preseason number 7 to get to that point right now. But Missouri has, one of the easiest schedules in the country.
Easy.
Murray State? What the hell is a Murray State?
Yeah.
Buffalo, Boston College, Vanderbilt. They start 4 games in a row at home.
No, it's very easy.
How much does that suck to be a Missouri fan towards the end of the year? You're just watching games on TV.
Sure.
You know, you got a crap schedule at home this year. You go on the road to McGurk Alumni Stadium. Am I even saying that? McGurk? McGurk? That sounds like a sound my cat makes when it's throwing up.
It might be.
UMass. Jeez.
So that's 2.5. Now, last one. We have time for one more. Georgia.
Oh, Georgia.
Georgia football schedule in 2024. Diesel, what do you think Vegas has conference wins for the Bulldogs over under? Again, as we talked about with Bama, just so you know, they play Kentucky, Bama, Auburn, Mississippi State, Texas, Florida, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and that's the only other. That's Tennessee's the last conference game. So 8 there for Georgia.
Well, hey, Georgia also plays UMass, but they're not going on the road to McGurk Stadium.
They're not. They're hosting them.
Georgia over under 6.5.
Bingo. 6.5.
Yeah, Vegas is so high on Kirby Smart.
I thought it'd
they're
be
sniffing his
7.5,
shorts. 7.5 with
I know it's the SEC. I get
with
it.
Bama on the road.
Yeah.
Texas on the road.
You're right. Those are the two.
Ole Miss on the road. No, they're gonna. I feel like they're probably gonna drop. They're gonna drop 2 conference games this year.
Really?
I would take the under. That's just
wow.
That's just tough, man.
No, it's a brutal schedule. Not near as brutal as Florida's, but Ole Miss, even though it's in Oxford, I think that's a game Kirby wins. I think that's going to be a fantastic game, though. By the way, but to your point, they're in Oxford, in Austin, in Tuscaloosa.
They got all their toughest games on the road this year.
They do, and obviously next year
Who hates Georgia?
because they'll be in Athens next year at Sanford. But I still think they go over 6.5. I do.
John Dog says woof woof woof.
There he is.
Take the over.
John Dog for you, buddy, just for you.
Yeah, John Dog. Where are all those wins coming from?
So I'll go over. I'll go 7 wins. Kentucky's a win. Alabama is a win. Auburn's a win. Mississippi State's a win. Texas is a loss. Florida's a win. Ole Miss is a win. Tennessee's a win. So I'm going 7. But 6 could be fine. I mean, to your point, it's a tough schedule. I
got Kentucky win, Alabama loss because I already called it. Can't go back on it now.
Yeah.
Auburn win, Mississippi State win, Texas. They're gonna be so pissed off over losing to Alabama that they're gonna win that game. Florida's a win. Ole Miss is a win. Tennessee's a win. Did I just talk myself out of it? No,
I had 6, right?
Yeah.
But it's tough. The Texas and Bama game are the 2 toughest. There's no doubt. But if Georgia's as good as people proclaim them they should be, then they should hit the over. My point.
This texter's question. Texter, we're going to have to get to this later because we're about to go off to break and bring Shane Connuck on. He says, not a Clemson or South Carolina fan. Just curious what you would project Clemson's win total in the SEC if they had South Carolina's schedule. Man, that is a question as old as time. Love it. We're going to get to that. Not in the next segment, Texter, but I promise you we will come back to it.
It's a good question.
But we got Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer who covers NASCAR next. Well, this day
I'm glad
certainly
you did.
took a
I
left turn,
appreciate it.
didn't it? With the massive
Hey, I'll put
internet
you on hold, be right
outages
back,
and
okay?
security issues all across the world. Everybody reeling today to get their businesses back up and running. Cole, we weren't even sure if we were going to have a show today. And I'm fascinated to find out from our very next guest, Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. Find him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck, just how bad it was for his business as well. Because I imagine that they have some security flaws as well.
What do you mean? They print everything on these big papers still,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. There's nothing's done online these days. Shane, how hectic was your work day with all of these issues going on?
Yeah, no, fortunately, I've been fine because now everything on the internet, as long as the internet works, which it's been pretty all right today. So I have personally not been affected, but a lot of folks heading to the Charlotte airport, especially trying to get to Indianapolis today, not as lucky and having the lack of troubles that I had.
Now, you're not having to get in that airport traffic, are you?
I have not.
Okay,
I have not picked the right weekend to not travel. Exactly.
I tried to. I hadn't told Diesel this yet either, but I tried to go to Starbucks this morning at like 8:30 to get a coffee. Couldn't even get a coffee this morning. So it impacts the coffees that you receive in a drive-thru. That's how crazy it's been.
Yeah.
Shane, what are your thoughts on Sunday's race? I know we have you on every week, so not to get repetitive with our audience, but what are your thoughts on not just Sunday's race, but the outcome itself and how that one finished? I thought it was a pretty good race on Sunday.
It was a good race, and we had a good finish that we kind of get excited about and want to have as we get to this point in the season where you have restarts that don't necessarily pile up, but you have a stretch of racing and then you have something happen that kind of allows it to reshuffle a little bit. And in the end, we had Ryan Blaney getting into victory lane for the second time this year. The reigning series champion has realized that he doesn't have to race for a win every single week. And having that mentality has now led him to more wins than most of the field a year after he won the championship. A year he also only had one win in the regular season, and that had snapped an 80-race winless streak of his own at the time when he won last year's Coca-Cola 600. So a new mindset for Ryan Blaney. He's a multi-time winner this year. And now heading into the Brickyard, it's going to go back to the oval for the first time in 4 years. It's a big spot as we only have 5 races left in the regular season. And also after this week, we're going to be gone for a few weeks with the Olympic break. So big race coming up this weekend as it's one of the final chances for some of these drivers to get a win.
Shane, would you ever advocate for auto racing in the Olympics, as an opportunity to bring drivers from every facet of auto racing together? Just imagine adding Indy and kart and Formula One and the Le Mans 24-hour guys, and heck, even throw a drag racer in there. Why the heck not? Would you ever really want to see that in the Olympics?
I would be a strong advocate for that. The reality, though, is that they'd have to find the right kind of car because every country has its own series. That NASCAR now is growing in Mexico because go-kart racing had been getting big in certain places there, and certain places internationally Formula One has grown, and in Australia, New Zealand, we see the way supercars have gotten. And so NASCAR will then try and get some of those supercar stars, and Formula One will get guys from other forms of international motorsports. And I think we are getting to that point. And a lot of people have talked about this. A lot of these drivers are already on international spotlights regularly. And the Olympics could be, if we can find that uniformed car, a uniformed way to have motorsports, that would be something that could really bring the world together when you see how guys like Kyle Larson are already known across different series of motorsports.
Well, you can drive around, look at junkyards around here and see a whole bunch of late model IROC Z Camaros available. Couldn't we just do that?
Yeah, exactly. The thing is then, as long as the best drivers in the world figure out how to drive that easy, I think that could be. We saw what Shane Van Gisbergen got into a stock car for the first time and won a Cup Series race in his debut. So going off of that, I think that was a really good sign with SVG's, not just his first win, but just the success that he's had in the Xfinity Series this year. It's clear he knows how to drive a race car, and it's easy to figure out how to drive a different one.
Shane, do you think NASCAR fans should have a problem with a guy like Ross Chastain, who said today that, listen, he has a helicopter on standby to go from his practice to the Truck Series race over at Lucas Oil? You know, a guy who's taken part in both the Cup and Truck Series race this weekend. But the reason I ask about should NASCAR fans have a problem, because he's on the bubble, hasn't won, kind of on the outside looking in terms of making the playoffs. Big problem, no problem? What are Shane Connuck's thoughts?
I don't think it's a problem, because a lot of times racing in the Truck Series and Xfinity Series gives a lot of these Cup guys who aren't necessarily the biggest of stars, and sometimes gives the Denny Hamilton, Kyle Larsons, and William Byrons of the world just additional repetitions. And a lot of times a strong run in a truck or Xfinity race the week of a Cup race could actually be motivational for those drivers. A lot of times might end up leading to a better performance in Sunday's Cup race. After it's almost like, kind of think of it like a big, or at least I've kind of thought of it like not a practice run, but a legitimate competition. And when these guys compete every week, a lot of times you need that competition outside of just Sunday's Cup races, especially for sometimes struggling drivers. Sometimes a win in one of the lower series is what a driver might need to kind of regain their confidence. But on the flip side, do agree that a guy like Chastain should maybe be entirely focused on the one team, especially with this position that he's in. 16th right now, 27 points above the cut line, a driver who has made it deep in the playoffs in recent memory and now on the verge of not even making them this year. But still, we've seen drivers like Kyle Busch go down to the lower series pretty often and sometimes have more success there than they have in a Cup car. So it'll be interesting to see the more that guys like Chastain run in those additional races, if it ends up being that they have success there, and then that ends up leading to more success in the Cup car eventually down the road.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer covers NASCAR for him. Shane, we've talked over the past couple of weeks about NASCAR's repeated attempts and different ways and methods of trying to attract new potential viewers. Well, Josh Berry is going to have a very special paint job on his number 4 Ford this weekend. Can you tell me how that came about, and what does NASCAR think? Who exactly is NASCAR specifically trying to target with this new paint job?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark will be on Josh Berry's car for this week's race. It has to do with simply that being in Indianapolis, the superstar of the Indiana Fever, Caitlin Clark, actually having her face on the hood of Josh Berry's car. That is not the first Caitlin Clark related paint scheme that we have had in NASCAR just this summer. Back at Iowa Speedway, Corey LaJoie had an Iowa Hawkeyes logo on there because of the Gainbridge sponsor, which also sponsors Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. And so they actually made a video with Caitlin Clark, though, endorsing the whole Iowa Hawkeye scheme on, I believe it was Corey LaJoie's Gainbridge number 7 Chevy for that race at Iowa. So this is actually the second Caitlin Clark endorsed paint scheme that we have had just this summer in NASCAR.
You mentioned Corey LaJoie, Shane. You know, it was funny, yeah. Him and Kyle Busch last week, a little bit of beef there. I have an idea. I think that NASCAR, to get more eyes on the sport, to get more people talking about it, I do appreciate Pat McAfee today for having Kyle Busch on. However, let's find a show, whether it's Pat. I think Pat would be a great host for this, but let's find a home for this new segment of NASCAR on Fridays, Thursdays or Fridays each week. Anytime there's conflict or beef, something going on between two drivers, Corey LaJoie and Kyle Busch in this case, let's put them both on the show at the same time. If Pat McAfee wants to host it, that's fine. But give fans a little bit of something to look forward to so that these guys can say what they want and kind of go at each other right here on national television.
Yeah, I mean, that was, first of all, any time that you can get the sport on any big national platform, that is really what the sport needs right now. And having Kyle Busch making a few appearances on the Pat McAfee show, being that they have been buddies for a while throughout the course of this season, and now having him come into the Thunderdome with the boys today as NASCAR is in Indianapolis this weekend. And Kyle Busch was not afraid to let his feelings be known about Corey LaJoie after this past week, and broke down for a lot of the non-NASCAR audience how LaJoie kind of came up behind the 8 car, spun him out onto the grass, and then that leads Kyle Busch into wrecking about 6 or 7 cars. And yeah, Corey LaJoie just all over the NASCAR talk this whole week, because this is not the first or second time that LaJoie has made a move, an aggressive move like that on the racetrack. And also, I'm going to say something else about Corey LaJoie. He hosts his own podcast every week called Stacking Pennies. And I noticed that the way that Denny Hamlin has Actions Detrimental, his podcast that he does every week, people in the NASCAR world talk a bit about Stacking Pennies and Corey LaJoie and the other guys he has on it. But something I noticed is that LaJoie is on there speaking his mind about whatever happened in the race every week. And today, Kyle Busch said on the Pat McAfee show that, yeah, Corey texted me, tried to call. I didn't even call him back because I've listened to him and he's flip-flopped the story 4 or 5 different times already. And it's obvious that LaJoie, in addition to being that aggressive racer on the track, that then he has a big mouth early in the week, no matter what happens.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer here on the Fan Upstate. He's Cole Bryson. I'm Diesel. I was watching some footage a week or 2 ago about Bryson DeChambeau, and he was talking about the way he marks a golf ball to get ready to go out and play a round of golf or to play a hole. And he was just rattling off all this information and all these different ways of thinking and analyzing a golf shot. In your mind, Shane, who is the most analytical or smartest driver in NASCAR? Who really digs into that theory, and you could just see that there's math problems going on in their head every time they talk about things?
It's an interesting thing to think about, and the teams of Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin seem head and shoulders above everybody else in that category. You could tell that not only every driver has a whole team of engineers and people trying to not just figure out how to win the race, but figure out what is best to do in that moment. That's why drivers like Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman only have 1 win to their name this year, but are still among the top drivers in points week in, week out. But you see drivers like Larson and Hamlin who are toward the top of both the points and the playoff standings every single year. And this year, those two have not just been the best because they're the best drivers, but it's because they've had their teams constantly putting them in the best positions. Even in races when they're not going to end up winning, they usually won't end up wrecking and coming in 34th because they'll figure out how to put themselves in a spot where they're going to accumulate as many stage points as they can, if not securing a strong finishing position, otherwise even winning the race a lot of times. So I'd say that it's really Larson and Hamlin. And then also you look at the teams of William Byron, Christopher Bell, like I said, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick. You could tell that those guys every single week are in a position to win. And a lot of other drivers are kind of more so hoping that they get that one perfect win, or that sometimes it just won't be their week.
Hey, Shane, a really interesting local story, as I saw this earlier today, and at first I was a little bit scared because the headline was NASCAR Xfinity Series driver has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and with Jeremy Clements and Spartanburg being on the Xfinity route, I was a little bit worried when I saw that because there's not many teams here in South Carolina. However, JD Motorsports filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. They do intend to have a driver. I believe Dylan drives for them. If I'm not mistaken, I think he still does, but they do intend to have a driver in Indianapolis, but they had to lay off people today, or this week rather. So there's been layoffs. What do you know about this? And if this is just a common issue for small organizations like JD Motorsports?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, a lot of times you start to get these smaller race teams, and it's just harder and harder and harder to be able to sustain. And just in the reality with JD Motorsports announcing over this past week that it is going to be closing its downside side after. And yes, like you said, just the reality, a lot of these smaller teams, and you even see with Stuart Haas' team a little bit has some success, but then it's still at the end of the day is not run by that many people. And it's just so unfortunate for so many hardworking people who love the sport and then have to then find new jobs just because business things like this happen. They end up with a certain team and it feels like it's sustainable, or even a team like Stewart Haas Racing feels like, and they're in the same boat that a team like JD Motorsports now is. So just an unfortunate situation, and cool to see when you start to have some of these innovative new teams in the sport and how they, both teams like 2311 Racing, and you see some things that JGR does to kind of be a little innovative and different, and all the teams do. And then you see Hendrick Motorsports and how big it is. And not only does it have 4 Cup cars, but how much goes into it behind the scenes that makes it such a successful race team. And so it's unfortunate some of these smaller teams, it's just harder to sustain. But fortunately, you're seeing more and more teams in the sport kind of looking to build off each other and continue to move the sport forward.
It's the first time for the next gen car on this 2.5 mile oval this weekend, Shane. Do you think there's going to be any specific challenges, any ways that this car may struggle compared to the previous generation? Or do you think, what they've done with this new car is just a complete upgrade across the board and they're just going to run just that much better here at Indy?
I think there's a lot of unknown going into this week because we have not seen the next gen cars on the oval there ever. And when you look back previously, races there have been won by drivers like Jeff Gordon 5 times. Kevin Harvick won there 3 times, including the past 2 races in 2019 and 20. Jimmy Johnson 4 times. Overall, I think that with these new cars now, we don't know what kind of race we're going to see. And Kyle Busch, looking ahead at it today on the program, said that he thinks that there are going to be particularly hectic restarts on the oval. And that's something that we see every single week, especially when we get later and later into the season, because everyone's racing more and more aggressively. That leads to more and more cautions, and especially coming out of them on a big track like this. I think there's a chance in this crown jewel race, we could really end up seeing a Daytona, Atlanta kind of big one at the end to end this big race this weekend.
Hey, Shane, great stuff as always, man. We'll look forward to the race on Sunday and look forward to talking to you again next week.
Sounds good, boys. Great talking with you as always.
And you know what? I just remembered, Shane, before I don't know if you've gone yet, but you'll be talking to Diesel next week. I will be.
You and I.
You know what? The next 2 weeks, I'll be out of the country. It'll be the next 2 Fridays. I'll be out. So it'll be you and Diesel. So enjoy not having to talk to me for 2 straight weeks. How about that?
Well, Cole, hope you have a great trip. And Diesel, hopefully you're not already too sick of listening to just me.
We appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you soon. That's Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. Always does a great job covering NASCAR for those right here in the upstate. Coming up next, we update you on the Daily Wires. All right, Diesel, it's time for, you may call them headlines, but on this show, we call them Daily Wires, and we're going to try something new today. Let's see what the Tolos like better, Cole the Redneck Buzz, or a little staticky there. What's better, the Diesel Buzz, or it feels like you just you touch something in the ooh,
wakes
got a
me up
little
a little
static to it, man. A little electricity there. Getting you update on what's going on, getting you caught up on the headlines. You know, we know right now there's not a ton of headlines. All the games that happened last night, right? All the games that are going on tonight. Well, the NBA, the MLB obviously has some games, but that's probably about it. It is the Daily Wires. Paris Olympics, Diesel, they're organizing a committee that says ticket sales were unaffected. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. The organizing committee says that ticket sales were unaffected by the global cyber outage, but uniform deliveries and accreditation were. The games begin in week 1. Lamar Jackson, Troy Aikman find themselves in a legal battle over Troy's 8 trademark. This is fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Lamar claims that he's expended considerable time, effort, and expense in promoting, advertising, and popularizing the number 8. Aikman says, "Hey, I've been using it forever." Who's right here, Diesel?
The Count from Sesame Street would like a word with popularizing the number 8. Come on,
you can't say that that's your number, can you?
Like, are we just gonna have to we're gonna have to skip 8 now? 5, 6, 7, 9.
I guess so.
I mean, look, brilliant move to try to trademark it. I mean, Gene Simmons is a brilliant man at that. He will just go and buy up trademarks for anything he could possibly get and then sue people into oblivion and say, pay me for the rights to use it.
It's true. Utah State has fired coach Blake Anderson today. An external investigation found Anderson did not comply with the school's title. Is that Title 9?
It's 9, yeah.
Title 9. You know, I can't read.
5 is IV.
Policies which require timely reporting of sexual misconduct, domestic violence, and bar employees from investigating reports themselves. That's interesting.
So it sounds like Blake tried to do the internal investigation thing, which is a big old no-no now. Now you can't handle those things internally.
Gotcha.
You have to send those things out of house and let them deal with it.
Speaking of misconduct, Hugh Freeze described not calling plays last year at Auburn so dang uncomfortable. I'm going to try to say it. So dang uncomfortable. That's how he says it, right? And that with the new OC Derek Nix, he can split the play calling. Split them? What do you hire him for?
He's worked with Derek Nix before. So there's some familiarity there. And he says basically both of us can call plays now, which means Hugh's going to call the plays.
I don't like that. I don't like co-coordinators with a head coach. You hired them to call the plays or not, you?
Well, Auburn's offense sucked last year. So at least he's going to have somebody in the mix now who he's comfortable with. And maybe Auburn can pull themselves out of the dregs of the SEC.
Not to get on a tangent here, but I try to like Hugh Freeze, but
He's such a schmarmy guy.
I don't know that the Hugh Freeze experiment, Diesel,
is a weasel.
I don't know that it's going to work at Auburn. I don't know, man. Alabama plans to honor Nick Saban by naming the playing field after him at Bryant-Denny Stadium. I probably deserve, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, good idea there, Alabama. Genius. Alabama's Board of Trustees is scheduled to meet Friday to what? Approve it? No. Consider it. So what do you consider here?
I know that you're a Clemson fan, Cole. Yeah. Are you ready to just go ahead and name it Danny Ford Field? Or do you want to name it, Deshaun Watson Field or Trevor Lawrence Field?
No, not yet.
Who would get the field naming rights at Clemson for you?
It's a great question. Danny's obviously in the conversation, but Dabo won too.
It's confusing to call it Ford Field.
Ford Field
at Memorial Stadium.
I agree with that. It is confusing. So we'll see. So Alabama, I think they should do it. I mean, this one's kind of a given, right?
Yeah, it's a gimme.
Hey,
imagine being the Board of Trustees member who votes no on that.
A-hole. Yeah. I was getting my haircut this morning at the barbershop, and they had the Open Championship on, Diesel, and the weather looked horrible. They're like way ahead of us, so it was already, into the round. The weather's been windy. It's not the best conditions. Scotty Scheffler's still playing okay.
I've never played golf in nasty, wet, rainy conditions like that. That's gotta suck.
I've never played golf in good conditions.
Scotty Scheffler currently tied for fourth hole at -2.
How
Let's see.
how does he do this?
Yeah, Xander Schauffele, -1. Dustin Johnson +1. Colin Morikawa +1. Brooks Koepka +1. I'm going to scroll down because Bryson DeChambeau had himself a really tough
day
Thursday. And let's see. I'm going to keep scrolling. Justin Thomas is at +4. He's tied for 38.
While you look for Bryson DeChambeau, I'll go to Bland on X. Bland chimes in on the conversation and says, Deshaun Watson deserves the naming rights to the massage facility at Clemson. Bland, you went there, didn't you?
Nice. Bryson DeChambeau has missed the cut. He is out.
Ooh.
He finished. Let's see. Well, the cut was +6, so he missed that cut. Doesn't say at this point. It doesn't say where he was.
Man, that's rough there for old Bryson, right?
Yeah,
that is rough.
Tiger Woods also missed the cut.
Shocker.
Rory McIlroy missed the cut.
No, don't tell me Rory missed it.
Tony Finau was out.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, Lucas Glover missed the cut.
Oh, he's been struggling lately. A couple of Daily Wires left, and we're going to run the break. Kevin Durant, questionable diesel for Team USA, South Sudan with the right calf injury. If he can get back, the show's over, the game's over. However, it would be nice if he could get back.
Yeah, if you need Kevin Durant to beat South Sudan at basketball,
yeah, probably right.
You got a tough team.
The Chiefs team president Mark Donovan says we're open to a new building on the complex. We're open to a new building somewhere else after an April vote to renovate Arrowhead Stadium failed to pass.
Could you imagine the Chiefs playing somewhere else besides Arrowhead? I've never been to Arrowhead. Is it a dump?
I don't know. The turf's like the nicest in the NFL, supposedly.
But I mean, they're open to everything. How do you have a Super Bowl winning team and then say, nah, we're not going to give you any money?
I'm with you.
That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. When we come back, Cole, it is time for you and I to fight about it. The 5 o'clock fight next. It's 5 o'clock. It's time for what we in the radio business call a benchmark, something we do every day at the exact same time. We fight about it.
Don't fight about it.
We don't hug it out. We don't shake hands. We don't sing Kumbaya at a campfire. No. We have 3 different topics that each and every day at this time, we fight it out. Sometimes they're sports related. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes it's just life. And that's what you guys care about more than sports right now, right? Life. We call it the 5 o'clock fight. Let's get into it.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Here's how this works. 3 different topics. Cole and I must disagree. And you, the Tolos, which means turn it on and leave it on, you decide who wins each round of the 5 o'clock fight. And how you let us know is that you text in 71307, start your text with keyword fan, or you could message in on the stream on Facebook, on Twitter, or on YouTube. Just search for the Fan Upstate. We'd love for you to join us on the stream over there. That's a great place for you to chat with other Tolos and mix it up with them as well during the show. So here we go. Round number 1. This got to be one of the hottest debates we've ever had on this station before. Sweet tea versus unsweet tea. Well, guess what, Cole? There is no sweet tea. No sweet tea on this dinner table. There's no sugar, but there is unsweet tea.
Oh, we're in Ohio.
So your choices are unsweet tea or water. You're parched. You got to drink something.
So let me ask a question before I answer. Am I allowed at the table, because this is important for both, am I allowed to have Splenda?
No.
Oh,
There's no sweetener. There's no sweetener whatsoever. So your choices are unsweet tea or water.
Well, you know where I was going with that, right? I'd make sweet tea.
I know you would.
That's what I was going to try to do. If I have to choose, I'm going water, because unsweet tea is the nastiest thing in the world. There's no way. Like I said, sometimes I'll take unsweet tea and put Splenda in it. It's okay, right? But no, I'm not drinking unsweet tea as is. That's the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life.
But aren't you familiar with the phrase, water sucks? It really, really sucks. Water sucks.
Come on.
Both of us drink it because we have to. Our bodies would literally shut down without it, Cole. But here's something weird. I don't know if this happens to you or not, but sometimes when I drink water, my throat, my vocal cords, everything feels more parched after I drink water than it's almost like they're putting salt in the water.
That's not good,
man.
Yeah, that's not good.
Well, as a matter of fact, I know that Dasani does that.
No, they don't?
Yeah, there's salt. I guarantee you it's on the label. I guarantee you salt is on the label.
I didn't even know this was Dasani.
Do they have to put?
Yeah, but I can't read. My eyes are terrible. I can't see this.
That's how I know you can't go back and disprove me. If there's now you look like an old man at a restaurant breaking out the flashlight on his phone to be able to read the ingredients list.
Ingredients on Dasani water: purified water, magnesium sulfate, potassium chloride, minerals added for taste. Is any of that salt? I don't know. I'm not being a smarty. I'm just asking. I don't know. What is magnesium sulfite or magnesium sulfate and potassium chloride? That's what I don't know. There's not salt in this water. Are you kidding me?
Potassium chloride is a naturally occurring salt derived from the ground or sea. There is salt in your water. You've been lied to all these years.
Done with it.
That was not smart.
I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I threw it.
You threw
Look what it hit,
an open bottle of water across the studio.
It's close.
You guys see that over there?
Oh,
wow.
Did it rupture?
And you threw it well. It could have.
Look at the flag that I hit, though. That was where I was aiming.
Oh, did you take out the Gamecock flag?
I'm not drinking that
Gamecock
crap.
Fans. Yeah,
so you're telling me I've been
water.
drinking water the whole time with salt in it?
Yeah, you have.
You're kidding me.
So give me the unsweet tea. At least it's telling me the truth about what it is, right?
I'm done. I'm going to get a Coke. There used to be cocaine and Coke. What do you do now?
Oh, the good old days, right?
Where'd the show go all of a sudden?
That's round 1 of the 5 o'clock fight. Round 2. Here we go.
Round 2, fight.
So if you haven't been paying attention, we had a pretty big kerfuffle across the world today. And it all comes down to a Microsoft security software. Do tech fails like what we had today scare you, Cole, or no?
Scares the heck out of me.
Really?
Yeah, because I couldn't, like I told you earlier, and Shane, I couldn't even get a freaking coffee this morning.
You don't drink coffee.
I know, but let's back up.
Oh,
white chocolate mocha.
Oh, God.
Iced white chocolate. I drink that, so I couldn't get a iced white chocolate mocha this morning with one pump of vanilla. And
when did you turn into a 16-year-old girl with your Starbucks order? The more adjectives you have to add to your order, the more like a little girl you are.
Well, you know what? They're good. They're really good, so I don't care. So it does scare me. Here's why. What happens if, like, we get hacked or something? What happens if they come after us?
Well, we're still going to be here working no matter what.
Probably. But what if all this goes down and everything fails? Like, aren't our phones made in China? Aren't they? Okay,
most of them.
What if the people in China just say, screw y'all, and hit a button, everything's turned? It does scare me. Like, if today goes wrong on a bigger scale, everybody's like, where's the nearest, produce farm with, it does a little bit. So I don't think that today's was scary in itself, because it seems like it's starting to kind of fix itself in a way. But no, it does scare me.
To me, it doesn't, because number one, I always have cash available. Keep a little bit, don't start coming after me at the radio. Not that much cash, right? If you try to rob me for what I've got on me, you're going to be very, very disappointed.
That's why I laugh when people try to rob me.
Yeah. Could you, I would love for somebody to hack my bank account and put money in there. Like, they're going to look at it and say, oh, no, this guy needs our help. Right. No, man, I genuinely enjoy watching the freak out across the world when things like this happen. I long to go back to a simpler time before everything was so overcomplicated with cell phones, right? Give me that all day day.
It scares me. It scares. Please be on my side. There's no way well, I don't know. This is probably a conversation for across the hall, right?
Well, if you're on the fence, we've had two fights. If you go one way for one of us and one way for the other fight, we got one more that's going to decide this thing. It's time for
Final round. Fight.
Guess what? Congratulations, Cole. You've just won the lottery.
Adios.
Are you taking the lump sum, or are you taking the smaller payments over time?
I'm taking the lump sum. I thought about this because you told me this question yesterday, so I did think about it. And the payments were attractive at first. However, I need the lump sum because I might not make it another 10 years.
Could you imagine Cole Bryson with $10 million in his pocket? You might not make it to next week.
Don't ever put that thought in my head again. That's a thought that just, man, it does a lot to you, right? The thought of 10 million. No, I would say give it all to me at once, because I'm not promised tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow. I want to go enjoy myself now. I'm not going to blow it. I just don't want to say, okay, well, here's 1,000 this week, and I want it. If I hit the lottery, are you kidding me? Back the freaking truck up.
Did you know that 1/3 of lottery winners go broke 3 to 5 years after winning the lottery?
Well, I'm going to be the other twos. The twos.
Nah, man, give me the payments. Like, if the payment is, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 a year. I don't know what lottery payments are. It depends on how much you win, right?
Is this a real thing, by the way?
Payments?
Yeah, on a lottery?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you get a choice. You take the lump sum, which is generally a lower amount, but you get it all up front.
I did not know that.
Or you can take smaller payments. You get more over time.
Had no idea.
But you get, a smaller portion every single year. And so usually it's divvied out over 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But like, just imagine, Cole, I feel like it'd be really easy to blow like a $10 million lump sum payment really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
It gets away from you real fast, right? Like, you probably go buy 100 new bass boats. Put one, and
I'd have to hire a financial advisor to protect the money.
So I want a good lump sum of money, or a good payment every year, which is going to be far more money than I've ever earned in a year in my life. And then guess what? I know that I got another one coming next year, and another one coming the next year, and another one coming the next year.
It's gonna be
Won't matter to me. I'm dead. What do I care? But like I get a consistent income for the next like 30 years. Like I'm 40. I'm probably gonna live another 40 years. Hopefully. God, knock on wood. Right? So like you telling me like $1 million a year for the next 40 years is a bad thing?
Well, I think that's the smarter route, right? I think if a financial advisor answered this question, they tell you that's probably the safer route.
Do we have any financial advisor Tolos in the audience? Not you, Madcraft. Like real financial advisor.
I'll advise you on what to do with it.
I'll tell you exactly what to do with that money.
We need a financial advisor Tolo.
Hey, Griswold, where are you going to stash that much money? Bend over and I'll show you. There you go. Round 1 of the 5 o'clock fight. There is no sweet tea. There is no sugar on the table. Your choices for a lunch beverage are unsweet tea or water. Cole's drinking the H2O. I'll at least take the unsweet tea. Round 2. A tech fail like today, does it scare you? Yeah, Cole's over there shaking in his boots. I say, nah, bring on the end of the world. Round 3, you just won the lottery. Lump sum or payments? Cole says, give it all to me now. I say, give it to me in chunks over time. What say you? The Tolos, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan to vote in. You can also comment on Facebook, Twitter, or on YouTube. And if you want to suggest a 5 o'clock fight, here's how.
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to diesel@thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
Madcraft says, shots fired. I said, you better put on your bulletproof vest. That is an OG reference here to the show because I used to always try to catch Madcraft sleeping, and I would throw shots and throw sharp, pointy objects at Madcraft just to see if he was paying attention. But, hey, you guys get in your votes. We'll give a couple seconds for those to start coming in.
I'm looking to see what the current South Carolina Powerball's up to. I want to see what these payments would be. Oh, God. The estimated jackpot right now is $91 million.
Ooh. Lump sum is usually about half, right?
In the taxes. I mean,
right. So, yeah.
How much of that would you get if you took it all? It's just probably a significant part of that we need a financial advisor bad right now. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663.
So lump sum is typically 40 to 50%.
What?
So $90 million, you'd take home 45.
God.
That's still a ton.
It's still a ton of, don't get me wrong, that's still a ton of money. But where's the other money go? Who gets it?
Does the lottery keep it?
Oh,
like if you choose the lump sum, or they say, hey, we'll give you half, but you get half right now.
Government, IRS, I don't know. I mean, so you take, let's say 40. Okay, that's now, and then if you were to take payments, what would you get? Like 50, maybe, probably something like that. 10 million more. I mean, just call it. You want to call it 50 to see over how many years you think? I mean, I might could change my mind on this if the number's big enough. If the number's big enough. So let's say 50 million is what you'd get in payments.
Yeah. So this is from annuity.org. This says taking a lump sum means you receive 40 to 50% of the jackpot for immediate use or investment. Lottery winners who opt for an annuity receive annual payments and more money over time.
So that's $10 million.
So you do get more money.
Now, give me a number on the years. You get the payments over, what, 20, 30 years? 30. If you're in their 40s, let's call it 30 years. So if you got that over 30 years, it'd be 1.6 a year for 30 years.
Just think of it the way the Atlanta Braves handle their contracts. It's a steady, guaranteed amount of income over a long term.
So the payment would be $138,000 a month. You think you could live off of that?
Yeah.
That's about what we make here, right?
I could. All of us combined, you mean?
No.
Me,
no.
Rob, a bunch of the guys over on WORD.
No. Keep adding them. Keep stacking. Madcraft says that's considered tax.
Powerball does 30 payments over 29 years. So you would get one immediately. And
so
then
I did. I was at 30. That's close. Do you play the lottery, by the way?
Occasionally.
It same thing for me. Very, like, I'd say once every 6 months. Now, every now and then, if I have a wild hair, I'll buy a scratch off or two, if I have a wild hair. But
I usually, I do a lot of the $2 winnings, and I never win a damn thing.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't either. If I buy a $10 ticket, it's always a bust. It sucks. All right, let's go to the text line and see.
But did you know that 50% of gamblers quit right before they win?
So I'm going to buy and take it tonight.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Texter, by the way, says, I love the thrill of those direct deposits over the years. I'd celebrate it every single time. I'm with you, Texter, but what if you die? All that money. I want to see it. I want to see that money in my word, that'd be great. 263 says, Cole round 1, unsweet tea needs to live forever in purgatory. Diesel round 2, Cole round 3. Purgatory. Okay. Let's see. 815, Cole with a clean sweep. Corn Chip says, are you kidding me? Cole gets the sweep. Hot take, sweet tea sucks, says Corn Chip. Corn Chip, I would not ever tell anybody in the South that again, especially the Tolos. The Tolos might turn on you right now for saying that.
So when we were at Ingles Markets earlier this week, we were presented with a delicious deli meat tray, like a sandwich tray, and a carton of sweet tea, a fresh gallon of sweet tea, unsweet tea, excuse me. And they were like, hey, do you want to take that home with you? I was like, okay.
But one was sweet and one was unsweet?
I got the unsweet, apparently.
Oh, man, I thought there was both.
And I have a hard time saying no, even if it's something, when it's something free.
You doctor it up. Take it home and doctor it up.
Oh, yeah.
Put it in that little...
I don't have any Splenda, but I do have... sugar sinks right down to the bottom. So
yeah, you got to just dump it. Just dump that sugar, mix it, dump it, mix it. Just keep doing it.
You got to have your spoon in it.
Yeah, you got to just like this.
Mad Craft says Cole wins round 1. Diesel wins round 2. He's not scared of the technological apocalypse.
It's because he lives underground. Of course. He literally lives under the ground.
Take that from him? Are you going to take that from him, Mad Craft? By underground, do you mean in a basement somewhere?
No, he lives in some kind of bunker, he said one time.
What?
Underground. I'm just kidding.
Chuck Thompson says Cole wins round 1, Diesel round 2. Cole wins round 3. Come on.
Get me the money now.
Yeah, he says, I'm pushing 60. Give me the money now.
Is that what he's pushing 60? Hey, Chuck, I don't blame you, man. You got to have it. You got to get that money. You know what? Not to create another segment, but we need to do I'm not even going to say it because people will start texting in. If you get that money, your top 3. I think we might have
top 3 purchases. Think about it this way, Cole. If you take the lump sum and you blow it all, then you got no more money coming to you ever from the lottery.
But I'm not going to blow it. I'm not going to blow it.
That's what all the people who blow their lottery money say. I'm not going to blow it. It's going to be fine.
You know what? I'll say this: if you blew that kind of money, you are an idiot.
So here's a real question that a lot of people ask, and it seems like an easy question. If you win the lottery, are you getting some sort of job, or are you? So would you keep coming to work if you won the lottery?
I've thought about that before. That's a good question. So I think I would. Until I was just like, screw y'all, man. I don't know. I would like to think I'd keep coming to work, right? Like you would like to think you'd get bored. But here's the deal, though, Diesel. I couldn't. I'll tell you why I couldn't. If I was required to be here 5 days a week, I wouldn't have a life. I wouldn't be able to go to, if I won the lottery, I'd be wanting to go to France and Arkansas and duck hunt for 3 months at a time. And
wait, how did those two places come out of your mouth first? Well, I'd go to France and Arkansas.
You got to go to France, man. You got to go see you never want to go to France? Everybody wants to go to France. And then you go to Paris. Since you're right there, you go see the Olympics, the Seine River. You go see the Poopy River. Then you come back to Arkansas.
Hey, you know where I want to go? I want to go to Mogadishu and I want to go to Montana.
And Cowpens. G says Diesel wins 1, Cole wins 2 and 3. Texter says unsweet tea is just dirty water. Ugh, I don't like it. I don't like the taste. Let's see. 9497 says Cole got the clean sweep today. I am sweeping like crazy today.
Well, that's the hard part about this segment here is whoever leads goes second. So that means if I lead, Cole gets first pick on the
get first pick. We do it live.
We do it live. And I've got to immediately and very quickly try to think up a counter argument that's going to get some of you over to my side.
And here's the deal.
It's an unenviable position going second in the 5 o'clock fight.
Not to break any news here, but the segment is interactive. We love it. However,
Fingers in the ears. No, that's not
All
true.
right, Sly Guy says, Cole, clean sweep. I'm too old to take 30-year payments. He says, give me the money now. But Diesel's right. Going first, it does set you up for the easy.
Yeah.
Just a little chip.
And sometimes it's hard. It's hard to try to convince anybody of your side.
Yeah.
At that point.
All righty. I want to know in the very next segment, those that just chimed in on the text line, stick around because I need you to continue those takes on the other side. It's not the 520 fight. Also on the stream, Chuck, Madcraft, let's see who else is in there. Trey, stick around. I need to hear from you next. 71307, if you're new to the show, start your text with the word fan. Everybody has a different job. Everybody has a different occupation. I love hearing when our Tolos come like to Ingalls Diesel and come see us, hang out with us, and come by and say hi. I love hearing what our Tolos do for a living. I want to know from you, go ahead and start now because the texts do take a second or two to come in. How did what are we calling this today?
The glitch?
The glitch. The glitch. How did
the blip?
How did the cyber glitch blip, whatever it is, impact you specifically? Also, I'm going to twist that and spin that into another question. Next, he's Diesel, I'm Cole Bryce, and this is the Fan Upstate. Only our Tolos. Only you guys. I asked the question, and it's like the class in high school where the teacher asks the question, and you get 2 or 3 of them in the back who raise their hand and make a funny comment, right, and get the whole class laughing. Well, I asked the question. If you just tuned in, this is Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. How did the blip today, the cyber attack, even though it wasn't an attack, I'm kidding. How did today's outage affect you? We've already gotten several text messages in 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Also, we're live on Twitter at the Cole Bryson Fan Upstate. We're working on getting that one back up and running. Facebook and YouTube. Where do we start?
Well, we joked with Charlie James from WORD before the show started, just joking how many different accusations of the liberals did it. Hillary Clinton did it. Joe Biden did it. The Chinese did it. How many of those things he thought he was going to get. And I just for the very first time opened up our text messages so that we get WORD's text messages as well.
Oh, God. Is it bad?
This Hillary crowd strike Ukraine thing has got me quite suspicious. Oh, my God.
Are you surprised, though?
No, not surprised at all.
All right, let's see here. Corn Chip says no impact on me whatsoever. Let's see. 706 says I'm an IT manager. To say it was a long night's an understatement.
Well, yeah, we need some more details on that IT manager.
Well, that's tough. So, yeah, what do you do? What do you you don't have to tell us where, but what do you do? What do you manage? It was a long night here from what I was told as well. I believe it happened at 1 a.m., and I was told our engineers, shout out to Chris and Andrew, were here at 1 a.m. until I got here pretty early today, and one of them went home to get some sleep, but evidently they were here from like 1:15 all the way up until 10, 11 o'clock this morning.
Sucks.
So, yeah, you IT guys, I hate it for you today. That's tough.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not smart enough to even understand what happened. I don't even know.
Most days, I'm sure you IT guys spend your time, helping people connect a printer to their computer so that they can print wirelessly, making sure that works. But y'all earned your money last night in a big way.
No doubt. And again, I know that there was some sort of. I haven't done any research, Diesel. I don't know what happened. I don't know what button or wire got crossed to cause all of this, but it impacted everybody. As I said, I couldn't get a Starbucks drink this morning. There were hospitals down, airports down. I shared on my personal Facebook a video of the airport. Oh my gosh, the airport this morning.
We were supposed to have Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered on at 5:20 in this segment right here to just kind of recap all of SEC media days, because we got to talk to him on Monday, but hadn't talked to him since, and he's been on the ground in Dallas. Well, he was flying back out of Dallas today, and he said his flights were constantly being delayed. So this affected a ton of people.
I wonder if it affects I know ACC media days don't start till Monday. I just wonder if there was anybody flying into Charlotte today in terms of, big name. I'm sure if they're big enough names, they have their own private jet, so it's okay. But it is interesting. And listen, I feel for. I don't know if we have any Tolos in our audience, Diesel, that work at the airport here at GSP.
Oh man!
But I feel for them because I know everybody was probably pissed off at them today.
I am looking at an article posted on New York Times less than 10 minutes ago, and it says here: airlines grounded flights. Operators of 911 lines could not respond to emergencies.
Oh, no.
Hospitals canceled surgeries. Retailers closed for the day, yet we're here still on the air. It says a flawed software update sent out by a little-known cybersecurity company from Austin, Texas, caused this. The company is called CrowdStrike and won't be called CrowdStrike for long.
What an appropriate name, though, right?
Yeah, it says they make software used by multinational corporations, government agencies, and scores of other organizations to protect against hackers and online intruders. But it sent out its update that run to customers that run Microsoft Windows software, and computers began to crash.
It's always that company with the name CrowdStrike. I mean, how ironic. Cow, right? We just struck the whole crowd.
Just call it like malware murder.
Yeah, really. 417 says there was a blip. Now let's get to some good ones. Kevin in Fairplay says, I couldn't receive my OnlyFans payment.
You mean you couldn't make your OnlyFans payments, Kevin?
Oh, Diesel. That's tough. Kevin, we our thoughts and prayers are with you on your OnlyFans payments coming in. We hope they come in a timely manner.
Your ill-gotten gains, Kevin.
How about this
Shame
one,
on you.
345. I own a produce stand in Spartanburg, and my piece of bleep card thingy wouldn't work, but then I realized I didn't charge it last night, so all's good now.
Hey, I look, I mean, these issues, they get worse and worse now that we're living in an increasingly cashless world. There's a lot of places that won't take cash anymore.
I didn't have cash this morning.
Yeah. I mean, I got like a quarter of a tank of gas and $6 in my pocket.
So you don't know if you'll be able to get home tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be pushing diesel.
It's going to be tough. I get poor gas mileage, so.
That's a good one, Texter. 345. Didn't put the name, but yeah, charge your piece of bleep card thingy, and it should have worked from now on. But we appreciate you texting in. What is that from the 313? Another IT director? Is that two?
Yep.
IT director out of over 500 Windows-based devices affected 3, very minimal impact, and was fixed under 30 minutes.
Really?
You got lucky there.
So, what's the process like when a major glitch like this happens? Like, if something that just seems to take your system down happens, like, there's got to be a protocol in how you deal with this.
I open that door, I walk down that hall to the left where engineering is and say, hey, something's broke.
Yeah.
You know, what do we do?
Hey, I unplugged it and plugged it back in, but it's not working.
Today's
How do I do this?
Today's one of those days you don't want to ask engineering, hey, can you fix the AC? It's hot in our studio. You know?
Yeah, so we got up this morning, and I saw the emails that were coming in very, very early today. A lot of our radio stations were off the air for a long time this morning, Cole. I think when Rob got here at 6, he was told just before his show started. I don't know what time he actually got in the building, but his show starts at 6.
5:59, I think.
He was told, yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to have a show today. And he was like, sweet.
Going home.
Put his feet up on the counter.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do today.
Go take a nap.
And then 5 minutes later, they walk into the studio and say, well, you're the only one in the building that actually can use your computer.
That's when I would have unplugged one of these cables down here.
Just kick the cord out. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no, it's down.
Went down.
It's down. I thought about that today. Hey, Stoneman, everything's not working.
Yeah.
3 o'clock. All of a sudden, just happened. Texter says private jets were grounded today, too. How does that happen? Is that because of, like,
I guess they use Microsoft Windows.
God. See, I thought private jets would be okay. What?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that a jet uses – that is scary. That's why the 5 o'clock flight grounded. That's scary. What if it happened? I mean –
I have seen some documentaries on YouTube about just how shocking it is how old some of the software, like even the U.S. military uses. They're using like OG Windows 95 to run some of their stuff. And you're thinking to yourself, well, how can that be, right? Like that is really outdated tech. And they said, yeah, but nobody's trying to hack this really outdated tech. Like it's so old, it's basically unhackable.
So question here. The planes, the airplanes, the aircrafts that were in the sky at 1 a.m. And I know there's not a lot of them, but I'm sure around the world there were some.
Yeah.
Were they okay just to land as normal? That's where my mind goes. Were they, just everything's good, the computer's down, but just keep going straight, and in a little while go down, and you should see like a.
Here's what we need. We need our Tolo Dan B, who is a Delta pilot.
That's true.
To give us the intel on how that happens.
Dan B, I think I missed that party at Dan B's house.
Oh, man.
Did you go?
No, I didn't.
I forgot about it. You were supposed to remind me. Dan B's probably mad at me. That stinks. I'm sorry, Dan. If it's already – maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe he hasn't had it yet. Kevin says, I can't clip these toenails on camera for free. No, I don't blame you. You got to do what you got to do, right? You got to earn that money. 706 says, help desk down, widespread outages from large vendors rippling down through all sorts of systems. Got direct calls all night about the outage since 1. Ooh, that's tough.
Texter says we need an Apple Jet now more than ever.
What is an Apple Jet?
This an Apple, like an iJet.
That's why we should be on Vista or Linux.
You guys, we have a coworker.
Tell it.
We have a coworker. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to tell you what radio station he works for. Funny guy, real funny guy. This email goes out this morning telling everybody that the entire company has been affected, that a lot of our radio stations are off the air, and we are rapidly trying to fix it. And this coworker replies all to everyone, the entire company, and says, "Oh, we should be running Linux instead." Like, not the time.
Is that one of those like, hey, bro, too soon?
And I saw him in the hallway, like 3 hours ago, and I looked him in the face. I'm like, the hell were you thinking?
But you know what? He's probably like, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. They fired me. I don't care. I don't care. Whatever.
That's so bad. But that did happen. True story. Only in
he's
this
like, yeah,
building.
but we should be. We should be running that.
That's why we should be on Apple, Mac. We should have all Macs. I don't know that Macs. Listen, I'm an Apple guy.
People believe that Macs are like unhackable, that nobody hacks iPhones and Apple computers.
I think they're less hackable. I don't think there's anything.
What the hell's going on at Microsoft? Yo, you've had like 40 years.
Yeah, you're right. However, I think I don't know if it's unhackable, but I think I have. I bet it was an inside job. Yeah, probably so.
To cover up who the real shooter was.
Absolutely. It probably was an inside job. In Austin, Texas, of all places.
They have the records at the FBI headquarters.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Wow. So hope you, if it affected you, whether you were the IT guy or the guy who owns the produce stand in Spartanburg and you forgot to plug up your Square debit card reader, we hope you recover.
Well, if you plug it into an Apple, you're probably okay, right?
Yeah, he's probably trying to plug it into a real Apple with the produce. Oh, good stuff there. Good stuff.
That's awesome to know that most of you are doing okay.
Yes.
We were hoping beyond hope that we were not going to get things back on track, and Cole and I could just take the day off. Wouldn't that have been sweet?
No days off.
No days off. Ever. When we come back, Cole, we'll take a look around the sports world and our daily wires next on the Fan Upstate. Oh, it's the dog days of summer, Cole, but that doesn't mean there's nothing going on around the sports world. We take you with a whip around what's happening out there. We call it our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening. Dolphins, Cardinals, Raiders, Ravens, and Packers running back Kenyon Drake has announced his retirement from the NFL after 8 seasons. He tallied about 5,500 yards in an 8-year career. Not spectacular, but obviously he had some injury-shortened seasons. 2019, he only played in 6 games. 2018, he got traded halfway through the 2019 season. That's why that looks a little bit funny to me. He played only 12 games for the Raiders in 2021. He played 2 games for the Ravens last year. But that career there comes to an end. A former Alabama Crimson Tide running back. The Paris Olympics organizing committee says that the glitch affected them. The cyber outage affected them. They were not able to sell tickets for the Olympics. They were able to sell tickets for the Olympics, but they were not able to receive their uniform deliveries. That's a really odd one.
Ooh, that's
odd
tough,
story. Yeah. Accreditation was an issue as well. I guess that means the process, which is an ongoing thing. I'm not minimizing this.
Yeah.
The accreditation process, getting credentials out to those who needed it, was affected. Otherwise, the Olympics were fine. Lamar Jackson and Troy Aikman now find themselves wrapped in a legal battle over the trademark of the number 8.
I mean, come on. How dumb is that? Nobody owns a number.
You shouldn't be able to trademark.
What if they did? I'd say it was Troy Aikman.
Yeah, but if you want to trademark the way a number is written, that's fine. Like the Dale Earnhardt 3 is an iconic number.
It is.
Outside of that, are there any like Jordan's 23?
What he should have done is, I don't know if you know this or not, because it stays in Texas. He doesn't sell it outside of Texas, but he created an 8 beer.
Really?
Yeah. And when he did that, he should have done something with the logo or the marketing and somehow I don't know. It just seems weird. Like I don't know that you can own a number.
Lamar is claiming that he has expended considerable time, effort, and expense in promoting, advertising, and popularizing the number 8. Yeah, because nobody used the number 8 before you, Lamar. And that Troy Aikman using it would, quote, likely cause confusion or cause mistake or deceive the purchasing public.
Nobody thinks of either one of those when they think of the number 8. They don't. Maybe if you live in Texas and you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, yeah, you think of Troy Aikman.
Like,
but
I'm trying to think of like just straight numbers that are used in marketing for anything. That
23.
That could
that's
be
the
confusing.
Only thing I can think of Michael Jordan.
I don't get it.
I don't know. It's weird.
That seems like a real flimsy, frivolous thing.
It does.
People are not going to go buy a Troy Aikman thing and think that it's a Lamar Jackson thing. It's just not going to happen. Utah State has fired their head coach Blake Anderson. He's had a weird career, man. He spent a lot of time at Arkansas State where he was marred by a lot of tragedy. His wife, I believe, passed away.
Oh, gosh.
And he left Arkansas State to go take the job at Utah State. Been out there for a couple of years at this point, but an external investigation found that Anderson did not comply with the school's Title IX policies, which require timely reporting of sexual misconduct and domestic violence and bars employees from investigating reports themselves. So that leads me to think that there was an accusation of potentially a sexual misconduct or assault, and Blake Anderson said, we're going to handle this internally inside the program. So, Me Too movement, I guess, got that one right. And and coaches are no longer allowed to handle it themselves, sweep it under the rug, and get their players back out onto the field. Hugh Freeze at SEC Media Days called not calling plays last year at Auburn so dang uncomfortable. And he has now brought in OC Derek Nix that he has past experience with. He says he can now split the play calling duties with him this year. And I guess it's comfortable, like an old pair of underwear, putting it right back on.
I hope I'm wrong on Hugh, but I'm telling you, man, for whatever reason.
I think Auburn's going to rue the day they hired him.
They are. For whatever reason, I have red flags with Hugh. Okay.
Yeah, the guy's a snake.
And listen, anybody that I'm not saying you can't have a past. Everybody has a past. Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying they should have hired somebody who had a better reputation. I just don't know that Hugh Freeze was the right fit at Auburn. We'll see, though.
This is big if you're into horse racing, Cole. Churchill Downs Incorporated announced today that Bob Baffert is suspended from racetracks owned and operated by the company. The suspension against him has been rescinded. This is something we're learning, like literally in the moment, reading it right now.
The horse got suspended?
Well, Bob Baffert was suspended, and he is now being reinstated. It says, quote, "We are satisfied that Mr. Baffert has taken responsibility for his actions, completed a substantial penalty, and is committed to running in full compliance with the rules and regulations going forward." Because no one's ever cheated in horse racing before.
I've never gotten real big into horse racing for whatever reason.
I think it's fun just to watch. The social aspect of horse racing is better. Yeah. The silly hats, the mint juleps, that part of it's fun.
Dressing up, right? Yeah. That's what everybody does. They dress up. I don't know. I mean, they don't know if they go and actually care about the horses.
Alabama plans to honor Nick Saban by naming the playing field after him at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The Board of Trustees is scheduled to meet, or was scheduled at this point, I guess, to meet today to consider it.
Consider it.
Yeah.
Not approve it.
Done deal. Done deal. Round 2 of the U.S. Open was today. The Open Championship, the British Open, was today at Royal Troon. The weather was nasty. Big-name golfers like Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy missed the cut.
That sucks, though. I want to see guys with a name in and on Sunday, right? And I told you this, I try to be a Rory fan. It kind of burned me a little bit with the phone changing the number thing, but Scotty's still in it. Imagine that, Diesel. Shocker.
It's wild to see these kind of conditions take some really big-name golfers out of it. You would think Rory, being from there, being from Wales, would be somewhat used to those conditions and be able to navigate them a little bit better.
That was just
struggled.
That's not – I don't want to sound like I'm just making an excuse. You can't play golf in that kind of stuff.
You shouldn't be. I've watched an awful lot of YouTube videos where they purposefully go to courses in places with bad weather, and they purposefully go out and play in the bad weather. I think just to show off just how hard it really is.
But I don't think it shows who the best golfer that weekend actually is.
No, it shows your ability to get around the conditions, and then also your ability to just get lucky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to have luck in that kind of stuff, man. That's tough.
Kevin Durant now listed as questionable for Team USA's game versus South Sudan. Right calf injury. Not really expect that they'll need Kevin Durant to beat South Sudan. And then finally, the Chiefs team president, Mark Donovan, says, quote, "We're open to a new building on the complex. We're open to a new building somewhere else."
How about that?
After an April vote to renovate Arrowhead Stadium failed.
That's interesting.
The Jaguars and the Panthers both just approved huge new renovation packages for their stadiums, but the Chiefs, who are winning Super Bowls, said, nah.
All right, coming up next, I want to hear from you, the Tolos. Who do you think right now is the overwhelming favorite to win the 2024 NFL MVP? We look at the Vegas odds and get your thoughts next. We had it on our rundown yesterday. The NFL season is like 40-something days away. I'm a huge NFL guy. I can't wait. I love looking at odds, future odds. I know this isn't BetMGM. That comes on in an hour from now. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryce, and this is Wire to Wire. But we do occasionally look at some odds because they're interesting. Earlier in the show, if you missed it, you can go back with the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app and listen to us giving our predictions on the over-unders for conference wins. Diesel, I believe they had South Carolina at 2.5. Is that right?
It's tough.
2.5 conference wins.
Rough.
And Clemson was at 5.
And the truth is, South Carolina is going to have a hard time hitting that over.
I hate to say it, but no, you're right. They're going to have to beat A&M and Kentucky.
Yeah. There's just God,
because it's going to be brutal. But that again, we could spend a whole segment of it. Somehow they have to raise that expectation.
Okay,
to be able to say, hey, we start beating these
would
teams.
Going over in the conference this year get Shane Beamer fired?
Yes.
By end of season.
Yes.
They lose to Vandy.
Yes.
I mean, there's every other team on your schedule in conference is better than you. Outside of Vandy. So
yeah.
if you made
maybe
some
Kentucky,
weird
we'll
mistake. Now Kentucky, Kentucky's a ranked team.
Are they?
Right?
Oh God.
Yeah, they're a preseason ranked team.
Oh dear God. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Vanderbilt is the only team on your schedule this year that you are clearly better than. So if something weird happens in that game, you're fired. Shane Beamer's fired. No way he's brought back.
It will, but no, I that's my opinion.
What if Vandy is the only conference game you win? Does it matter the way you win that game?
Here's the deal: if Vandy's God, don't even ask.
If you're 1-7,
well, you're 1-7, so you add Akron, Wofford, and Old Dominion, so you win 4 total. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, but you're telling me that as far as Ray Tanner is concerned,
no, man,
wins over Akron, Old Dominion, and Wofford are enough to justify keeping Shane Beamer?
Mm-mm. Not for me.
Can't be.
No, what kind of expectations are that? I mean, what kind of bar?
These guys didn't come here to be mediocre. Well, you're not even mediocre at that point.
No, to your point, if they only beat Vandy, he's got to go. If they somehow tragically lost to Vandy, it wouldn't even be a question. He might be gone before the season ends. But no, listen, I'll say this.
What if you beat Vandy, beat either Kentucky or A&M, but you lose to one of those other 3, the G5s or Wofford?
Not good.
You still out?
Yeah.
You get to hang your hat and say, "Oh, we beat Texas A&M at home.
Doesn't matter.
But we lost to Akron
or Wofford,
or we lost to Wofford.
Not gonna be good. You know, they're gonna be better than they were this year. But
man, still. there would be nothing better in the upstate, and just for sheer morbid curiosity and entertainment purposes, if Wofford beats South Carolina.
So I remember when I was young, this was the year 2000 and I'm going to guess 2010 Diesel. Maybe even more like 6. Yeah, probably 10 was too late. Wofford in the 4th quarter had South Carolina. And the Tolos who are diehard Gamecock fans, they'll remember this. 2006, 2007, somewhere in there, man. Wofford, South Carolina on a Saturday afternoon. Wofford was up with 3 or 4 minutes to go. And Carolina came back and won by a score. So, and they lost to the Citadel. When
you consider that Wofford was a bad team last year, 2-9.
Bad.
2-9 last year.
And one of those wins some way, they beat Furman. Is that not bad?
Furman was a good football team.
They were really good.
They're a 10-win team.
I'm telling you, Wofford Furman's weird, man. But no, this is a huge. We all know this. I'm not breaking news. This is a magnificently huge year for Beamer. He's got to win 5-6 games. He has to, because if you don't, the program hasn't improved. And I know the schedule's tough, but if you go out here and bang these pots and pans and hit your horn and you let America know, Diesel, that you're in this thing to be in the playoff, you can't finish the season with a few wins, right? You've got to win some games. So it's fascinating. I hope it doesn't get to that point. But it was.
It feels like they could expand the playoff to 32, and South Carolina would still be on the outside looking in.
You're terrible.
I'm
32?
serious. I'm serious.
Don't say that. South Carolina fans they're pulling up in the parking lot right now.
By the way, I got an answer from not Dan B, but another buddy of mine who's a pilot with American Airlines. Sorry, Dan. I know I'm cheating on you with an American Airlines pilot.
Don't do that, Dan.
But I asked him, how are flights in air affected by something like this cybersecurity glitch? He said, I'm at ground zero of these issues. Supposed to fly late last night, flight canceled, and I'm still in Charlotte trying to get to West Palm Beach.
Oh,
our economy is so fragile. He says, in flight, our computer systems are independent from any cloud and should not be accessible to any such events that would affect aircraft performance. However, that doesn't preclude any glitches in receiving crucial information from ground-based dispatch/weather information. We would continue as filed. I asked about, would you have to land immediately, or could you follow your flight plan? He said we would continue as filed unless there was an issue receiving pertinent updated destination airport weather information. Then we might have to declare an emergency and change our dispatch clearance by declaring an emergency and land where we can get weather information, or just see the ground and put the dang thing on the ground.
So the in-flight
shouldn't be affected anyway.
Shouldn't be, keyword.
Unless they don't have the ability to get weather condition information from the ground.
They just pull out a map, right? Just pull out an old school paper map and be okay.
Just head north. You'll hit it eventually.
Just start gradually decreasing when you see the clouds break. Look for a runway and land.
And now you got to do it at night.
That's tough. I love flying though. I really do. It's my favorite. Some people are scared of it, and I get it.
I don't love flying.
See, I love it.
I don't love it.
I love the rush of it, man.
I don't fly enough to the point where, like, if we're flying along, we're cruising along, any like little bump makes me go, oh crap, what was that? And then I look around and I'm like, yeah, nobody else panicking. I'm like, oh,
I don't fly near as much as I used to, but no, I really do enjoy it. Okay, let's get to the NFL. I did want to get the thoughts of the Tolo. 71307. Tolo stands for turn it on, leave it on. That's what you are, the audience, the listener. That's what we ask you to do each and every day. Turn it on, leave it on from 3 to 7.
You know why you Tolo? Because of FOMO, fear of missing out.
That's right. That's a good one. I like that. That needs
Tolo
to be
because of FOMO.
A quick 10-second, liner. That's good. I'm gonna cut that audio right there. Diesel, Tolos. When you look at the 2024 NFL season, is there an obvious favorite for who's going to win the league's MVP? I know there's a lot of choices, and I love futures. I love looking at who's favored, right? I love finding out who the favorite is to win, who's going to be the best according to Vegas. And they go, just so you know, they list like a million different players just so you can bet on anybody. But I think it's very obvious, sadly, that he's so good and so consistent. Is there any wild guess, Diesel? I don't know if you can do this or not. It's a really challenging game I'm going to give you, okay? Is there any way you can guess who they are favoring to win the NFL MVP?
Lamar Jackson.
Nope. Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
So that's a good guess, though.
I thought I had the obvious answer.
You did. And here's what's interesting about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I go 6 players down to find Lamar Jackson.
Wow.
So if you wanted to bet, Diesel, if you gave me a $10 bill right now and wanted to say, hey, I want to bet on Lamar, it's plus 1,400. So if you gave me a $10 bill at a bookie, you would win 150, which is a pretty good price for Lamar Jackson, who has Derrick Henry by his side this year. And obviously that'll help Lamar look a lot better. I like that a lot. I like plus 1,400 to Lamar. I am surprised that he's not top 2. You guessed 1. I thought he would be 2. I'm disappointed here. Why are we just assuming that after losing 2 of his best receivers, Josh Allen's the second favorite to win the freaking MVP? He lost Diggs and what's his name? I can't remember. But plus 850, bet 10 to win 90. I just don't know that I would think that Josh Allen's your second best favorite to win the NFL MVP this year. I don't like that at all.
I would think that there'd be a lot of people throwing a lot of money at Joe Burrow in this, right?
It's
He's
a
expected to
very
be back,
good
be
pick.
back healthy.
Yes, I would put 10 on. I'd go a little money on Lamar, a little money on Joe. Obviously, Mahomes is a safe bet, but Joe Burrow, to your point, coming back off an injury is plus 900. So a bet of $10 would win you $100. That's a great bet. Plus a great price. The reason MVPs are plus money is because obviously it's so hard to pick the NFL MVP. There's nothing that's ever going to be minus money here. It's all plus
I know it's going
money.
to be Bronny James.
Bronny James, let me look. Nowhere to be found. So C.J. Stroud, Diesel, is tied with Josh Allen to win league MVP, second and third, if you will, plus 850. Joe Burrow plus 900.
In the MVP race, there's special consideration for young players like C.J. Stroud, who was obviously instrumental. And he was excellent as a rookie last year. Had a couple of moments here or there where he wasn't great, but all in all,
against the Panthers,
all in all, pretty good, right? Do you believe that inexperience or your youth is a big consideration in the MVP? Or is it a sort of a blind resume?
It's a good question. I would think that the youth would hurt him, no?
Well, you could say, well, he's young, he's inexperienced in this league, and what he's done was so impressive for somebody of his youth and experience that would increase his chances.
And I get that. And yeah, maybe he has a little bit better of a chance with, staying healthy versus an older guy. I'll tell you what else I like. I like Jordan Love, plus 1,400. You bet 10 to win 150, a really good price. I hate to say that because Jordan Love wrecked my Cowboys last year in the playoffs, but Jordan Love, a really good quarterback who I think the Packers, even though they lost Aaron Jones, I think they're still going to be really good this year. For that price, 1,400, I think that's a really good bet there. Looking down the list, Diesel, your buddy, my buddy, our favorite person in the world, Aaron Rodgers, plus 1,600. Bet 10 to win 170. So not a bad bet there. If you believe in old Aaron. Dak Prescott
what are the odds? What are the odds that he doesn't even finish the season? Because I'll bet you there's odds for that too.
You know what? I don't have them. But yeah, there's got to be, right? There's got to be odds.
Yeah, the odds.
That's terrible.
And how would they even present odds like that? Presenting odds for will he still even be an active player by the end of the season? Will he play X number of games over the course of the season? I mean, people are willing to gamble on anything, right? They will gamble on that.
They will gamble on anything. I will attest. People will gamble on. What did our buddy say? I forgot his name. Our buddy in Sugar Tit. They gamble on cockroach racing. So yeah, they'll gamble on anything. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Let me look real quick. Trevor Lawrence, old Clemson Tiger, Diesel. The bottom of this. This is a 15-man list, I believe. I just don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. What's around him enough? I don't like that Christian Kirk is his best option. Plus 3,000, a $10 bet, Diesel would win 310 there. And now quarterbacks normally dominate the MVP odds list, right? As we talked about with the Heisman the other day. Quarterbacks are normally the same in the MVP. Christian McCaffrey's on a list of Tyreek Hill, guys like that. But
yeah, what's odd about the Jags specifically, their inability to go get him really good wide receivers is they got money. They got money. I mean,
I don't know why they don't though.
Yeah,
why they don't go get somebody is what I'm saying.
Right, for this coming season, looking at the cap numbers, $28.5 million in 2024. 2025 doesn't improve a lot. Still sitting at $27 million. Into 2026, they have $75 million in cap. So it seems like they could at least go rent a player for a year.
Yeah, you'd think.
And have something for him.
I'll tell you this. I think Diesel, to that point, I've said this for a couple of years now. I think, and again, they were a mess with Urban. I think being in Florida, Jacksonville missed out. What I mean is, when Tyreek Hill Diesel left Kansas City and went to the state of Florida, to Miami, to play with Tua, imagine what Trevor Lawrence's career could have been with Tyreek freaking Hill. Oh, my word. Then they weren't a player for him. They weren't even a player for him. They didn't even, they weren't even a strong player. So I thought that was a miss by them. But, at the end of the day, Christian Kirk's their guy. They better be okay with it. Real quick, Diesel, do any of these other ones interest you? Let me hit the back button. This is great radio. NCAA regular season ends before we hit a break. Regular season wins, rather. Let's see. I know we ran through Mountain West Conference, ACC, rushing touchdowns in the NFL, NFL regular season series, division forecast to reach the playoffs, last winless team. Oh, how about this one? Let's do this one.
That's good.
I like this.
Last winless team.
NFL last winless team, 2024.
Oh, man.
Wait a minute. Last winless team. So,
who will be the last team to win a game?
I don't know how long that lasts, but like 0 for 5. All right, the favorite. This is great. I love this one a lot.
The favorite to be the worst.
Yes. This one's really good. I didn't see this coming. And there's no way you'll guess. There's no way you will guess this. I did not see this coming.
The Raiders?
No.
The Saints?
The New England Patriots.
Wow.
Where'd that come from?
With Drake May.
Do they not believe in Gerard Mayo?
Not winning a damn thing.
Plus 576, Diesel.
Going to make firing Bill Belichick totally worth it, right?
Wow. And then next, after that, is oh, no, sorry.
Panthers.
The Carolina Panthers.
Oh, God. Pulling up their schedule again here.
Plus 720, Diesel. That's
second best odds to be the last one
winless
to win a game.
$10, by the way, would win you $72.
Saints, Chargers, Raiders, Bengals, Bears.
They'll beat the Bengals.
First 5 weeks.
They'll beat the Raiders or the Bears, right?
I think they'll beat the Raiders in week 3.
I did too. That's fascinating, though. Last winless team. They have the.
So that's when gambling gets fun.
It is. The New England. All right, who's the opposite? Who's the least likely, in your opinion? Let me make sure I have this right here before we hit a break.
This is tough without having schedules in front of us for all 32 teams. It feels easy to say the Chiefs. No? I don't know. Help me out.
San Francisco.
Okay.
49ers.
Okay.
For whatever reason, they must have a favorable schedule. I'm going to look, and then we're going to break. I promise, Big Boss. We're going to go. San Francisco. It is their schedule to open must be favorable. Diesel, Jets, Vikings, Rams, Patriots, Cardinals, Seahawks.
They don't play anybody till October.
No.
Late October.
Wow. That's fascinating. If
only rankings actually meant anything in the NFL.
That is a fun game. Yeah, really. That's a fun prop right there. Gordon on the stream says, go Miami Dolphins.
When we come back, we will replay our earlier interview with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer, NASCAR guy, getting deep into some of the amorous activities, some of the fights going on within NASCAR. That's coming up next. for Connuck just how bad it was for his business as well, because I imagine that they have some security flaws as well.
What do you mean? They print everything on these big papers still, right?
Yeah, there's nothing's done online these days. Shane, how hectic was your work day with all of these issues going on?
Yeah, no, fortunately, I've been fine because now everything on the internet, as long as the internet works, which it's been pretty all right today. So I have personally not been affected, but a lot of folks heading to the Charlotte airport, especially trying to get to Indianapolis today, not as lucky and having the lack of troubles that I had.
Now, you're not having to get in that airport traffic, are you?
I have not.
Okay,
I have not
good,
picked
good.
the right weekend to not travel. Exactly.
I tried to. I hadn't told Diesel this yet either, but I tried to go to Starbucks this morning at like 8:30 to get a coffee. Couldn't even get a coffee this morning. So it impacts the coffees that you receive in a drive-thru. That's how crazy it's been.
Yeah.
Shane, what are your thoughts on Sunday's race? I know we have you on every week, so not to get repetitive with our audience, but what are your thoughts on not just Sunday's race, but the outcome itself and how that one finished? I thought it was a pretty good race on Sunday.
It was a good race, and we had a good finish that we kind of get excited about and want to have as we get to this point in the season where you have restarts that don't necessarily pile up, but you have a stretch of racing and then you have something happen that kind of allows it to reshuffle a little bit. And in the end, we had Ryan Blaney getting into victory lane for the second time this year. The reigning series champion has realized that he doesn't have to race for a win every single week. And having that mentality has now led him to more wins than most of the field a year after he won the championship. A year he also only had one win in the regular season, and that had snapped an 80-race winless streak of his own at the time when he won last year's Coca-Cola 600. So a new mindset for Ryan Blaney. He's a multi-time winner this year. And now heading into the Brickyard, it's going to go back to the Oval for the first time in 4 years. It's a big spot as we only have 5 races left in the regular season. And also after this week, we're going to be gone for a few weeks with the Olympic break. So big race coming up this weekend as it's one of the final chances for some of these drivers to get a win.
Shane, would you ever advocate for auto racing in the Olympics, as an opportunity to bring drivers from every facet of auto racing together? Just imagine adding Indy and kart and Formula One and the Le Mans 24-hour guys, and heck, even throw a drag racer in there. Why the heck not? Would you ever really want to see that in the Olympics?
I would be a strong advocate for that. The reality, though, is that they'd have to find the right kind of car because every country has its own series. That NASCAR now is growing in Mexico because go-kart racing had been getting big in certain places there, and certain places internationally Formula One has grown, and in Australia and New Zealand we see the way supercars have gotten, and so NASCAR will then try and get some of those supercar stars, and Formula One will get guys from other forms of international motorsports. And I think we are getting to that point, and a lot of people have talked about this. A lot of these drivers are already on international spotlights regularly, and the Olympics could be, if we can find that uniformed car, a uniformed way to have motorsports, that would be something that could really bring the world together when you see how guys like Kyle Larson are already known across different series of motorsports.
Well, you can drive around, look at junkyards around here and see a whole bunch of late model IROC Z Camaros available. Couldn't we just do that?
Yeah, exactly. The thing is then, as long as the best drivers in the world figure out how to drive that easy, I think that could be. We saw what Shane Van Gisbergen got into a stock car for the first time and won a Cup Series race in his debut. So going off of that, I think that was a really good sign with SVG's, not just his first win, but just the success that he's had in the Xfinity Series this year. It's clear he knows how to drive a race car, and it's easy to figure out how to drive a different one.
Shane, do you think NASCAR fans should have a problem with a guy like Ross Chastain, who said today that, listen, he has a helicopter on standby to go from his practice to the Truck Series race over at Lucas Oil? a guy who's taken part in both the Cup and Truck Series race this weekend. But the reason I ask about should NASCAR fans have a problem, because he's on the bubble, hasn't won, kind of on the outside looking in terms of making the playoffs. Big problem, no problem? What are Shane Connuck's thoughts?
I don't think it's a problem, because a lot of times racing in the Truck Series and Xfinity Series gives a lot of these Cup guys who aren't necessarily the biggest of stars, and sometimes gives the Denny Hamilton, Kyle Larsons, and William Byrons of the world just additional repetitions. And a lot of times a strong run in a truck or Xfinity race the week of a Cup race could actually be motivational for those drivers. A lot of times might end up leading to a better performance in Sunday's Cup race. After it's almost like, kind of think of it like a big, or at least I've kind of thought of it like not a practice run, but a legitimate competition. And when these guys compete every week, a lot of times you need that competition outside of just Sunday's Cup races, especially for sometimes struggling drivers. Sometimes a win in one of the lower series is what a driver might need to kind of regain their confidence. But on the flip side, do agree that a guy like Chastain should maybe be entirely focused on the one team, especially with this position that he's in, 16th right now, 27 points above the cut line, a driver who has made it deep in the playoffs in recent memory and now on the verge of not even making them this year. But still, we've seen drivers like Kyle Busch go down to the lower series pretty often and sometimes have more success there than they have in a Cup car. So it'll be interesting to see the more that guys like Chastain run in those additional races, if it ends up being that they have success there and then that ends up leading to more success in the Cup car eventually down the road.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer covers NASCAR for him. Shane, we've talked over the past couple of weeks about NASCAR's repeated attempts and different ways and methods of trying to attract new potential viewers. Well, Josh Berry is going to have a very special paint job on his number 4 Ford this weekend. Can you tell me how that came about, and what does NASCAR think? Who exactly is NASCAR specifically trying to target with this new paint job?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark will be on Josh Berry's car this week's race. It has to do with simply that being in Indianapolis, the superstar of the Indiana Fever, Caitlin Clark, actually having her face on the hood of Josh Berry's car. That is not the first Caitlin Clark related paint scheme that we have had in NASCAR just this summer. Back at Iowa Speedway, Corey LaJoie had an Iowa Hawkeyes logo on there because of the Gainbridge sponsor, which also sponsors Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. And so they actually made a video with Caitlin Clark, though, endorsing the whole Iowa Hawkeye scheme on, I believe it was Corey LaJoie's Gainbridge number 7 Chevy for that race at Iowa. So this is actually the second Caitlin Clark endorsed paint scheme that we have had just this summer in NASCAR.
You mentioned Corey LaJoie, Shane. It was funny, yeah. Him and Kyle Busch last week, a little bit of beef there. I have an idea. I think that NASCAR, to get more eyes on the sport, to get more people talking about it, I do appreciate Pat McAfee today for having Kyle Busch on. However, let's find a show, whether it's Pat. I think Pat would be a great host for this. But let's find a home for this new segment of NASCAR on Thursdays or Fridays each week. Anytime there's conflict or beef, something going on between two drivers, Corey LaJoie and Kyle Busch, in this case, let's put them both on the show at the same time. If Pat McAfee wants to host it, that's fine. But give fans a little bit of something to look forward to so that these guys can say what they want and kind of go at each other right here on national television.
Yeah, I mean, that was, first of all, any time that you can get the sport on any big national platform, that is really what the sport needs right now. And having Kyle Busch making a few appearances on the Pat McAfee show, being that they have been buddies for a while throughout the course of this season, and now having him come into the Thunderdome with the boys today as NASCAR is in Indianapolis this weekend. And Kyle Busch was not afraid to let his feelings be known about Corey LaJoie after this past week, and broke down for a lot of the non-NASCAR audience how LaJoie kind of came up behind the 8 car, spun him out onto the grass, and then that leads Kyle Busch into wrecking about 6 or 7 cars. And, yeah, Corey LaJoie just all over the NASCAR talk this whole week, because this is not the first or second time that LaJoie has made a move, an aggressive move like that on the racetrack. And also, I'm going to say something else about Corey LaJoie. He hosts his own podcast every week called Stacking Pennies. And I noticed that the way that Denny Hamlin has Actions Detrimental, his podcast that he does every week, people in the NASCAR world talk a bit about Stacking Pennies and Corey LaJoie and the other guys he has on it. But something I noticed is that LaJoie is on there speaking his mind about whatever happened in the race every week. And today Kyle Busch said on the Pat McAfee show that, Corey texted me, tried to call. I didn't even call him back because I've listened to him and he's flip-flopped the story 4 or 5 different times already. And it's obvious that LaJoie, in addition to being that aggressive racer on the track, that then he has a big mouth early in the week, no matter what happens.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer here on the Fan Upstate. He's Cole Bryson. I'm Diesel. I was watching some footage a week or two ago about Bryson DeChambeau, and he was talking about the way he marks a golf ball to get ready to go out and play a round of golf or to play a hole. And he was just rattling off all this information and all these different ways of thinking and analyzing a golf shot. In your mind, Shane, who is the most analytical or smartest driver in NASCAR? Who really digs into that theory, and you could just see that there's math problems going on in their head every time they talk about things?
It's an interesting thing to think about, and the teams of Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin seem head and shoulders above everybody else in that category. You could tell that not only every driver has a whole team of engineers and people trying to not just figure out how to win the race, but figure out what is best to do in that moment. That's why drivers like Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman only have 1 win to their name this year, but are still among the top drivers in points week in, week out. But you see drivers like Larson and Hamlin who are toward the top of both the points and the playoff standings every single year. And this year, those two have not just been the best because they're the best drivers, but it's because they've had their teams constantly putting them in the best positions. Even in races when they're not going to end up winning, they usually won't end up wrecking and coming in 34th because they'll figure out how to put themselves in a spot where they're going to accumulate as many stage points as they can, if not securing a strong finishing position, otherwise even winning the race a lot of times. So I'd say that it's really Larson and Hamlin. And then also you look at the teams of William Byron, Christopher Bell, like I said, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick. You could tell that those guys every single week are in a position to win. And a lot of other drivers are kind of more so hoping that they get that one perfect win, or that sometimes it just won't be their week.
Hey, Shane, a really interesting local story, as I saw this earlier today, and at first I was a little bit scared because the headline was NASCAR Xfinity Series driver has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and with Jeremy Clements and Spartanburg being on the Xfinity route, I was a little bit worried when I saw that because there's not many teams here in South Carolina. However, JD Motorsports filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. They do intend to have a driver. I believe Dylan drives for them. If I'm not mistaken, I think he still does. But they do intend to have a driver in Indianapolis. But they had to lay off people today, or this week, rather. So there's been layoffs. What do you know about this? And if this is just a common issue for small organizations like JD Motorsports?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, a lot of times you start to get these smaller race teams, and it's just harder and harder and harder to be able to sustain. And just in the reality with JD Motorsports announcing over this past week that it is going to be closing its downside side after. And yes, like you said, just the reality, a lot of these smaller teams, and you even see with Stuart Haas, the team a little bit has some success, but then it's still at the end of the day is not run by that many people. And it's just so unfortunate for so many hardworking people who love the sport and then have to then find new jobs just because business things like this happen. They end up with a certain team and it feels like it's sustainable, or even a team like Stuart Haas Racing feels like And they're in the same boat that a team like JD Motorsports now is. So just an unfortunate situation, and cool to see when you start to have some of these innovative new teams in the sport and how they, both teams like 2311 Racing, and you see some things that JGR does to kind of be a little innovative and different, and all the teams do. And then you see Hendrick Motorsports and how big it is. And not only does it have 4 Cup cars, but how much goes into it behind the scenes that makes it such a successful race team. And so it's unfortunate some of these smaller teams, it's just harder to sustain. But fortunately, you're seeing more and more teams in the sport kind of looking to build off each other and continue to move the sport forward.
It's the first time for the next gen car on this 2.5 mile oval this weekend, Shane. Do you think there's going to be any specific challenges, any ways that this car may struggle compared to the previous generation? Or do you think, what they've done with this new car is just a complete upgrade across the board and they're just going to run just that much better here at Indy?
I think there's a lot of unknown going into this week because we have not seen the next gen cars on the oval there ever. And when you look back previously, races there have been won by drivers like Jeff Gordon 5 times. Kevin Harvick won there 3 times, including the past 2 races in 2019 and 20. Jimmy Johnson 4 times. Overall, I think that with these new cars now, we don't know what kind of race we're going to see. And Kyle Busch, looking ahead at it today on the program, said that he thinks that there are going to be particularly hectic restarts on the oval. And that's something that we see every single week, especially when we get later and later into the season, because everyone's racing more and more aggressively. That leads to more and more cautions, and especially coming out of them on a big track like this. I think there's a chance in this crown jewel race, we could really end up seeing a Daytona, Atlanta kind of big one at the end to end this big race this weekend.
Hey, Shane, great stuff as always, man. We'll look forward to the race on Sunday and look forward to talking to you again next week.
Sounds good, boys. Great talking with you as always.
And you know what? I just remembered, Shane, I don't know if you've gone yet, but you'll be talking to Diesel next week. I will be.
You and I.
Oh.
You know what? The next 2 weeks, I'll be out of the country. It'll be the next 2 Fridays. I'll be out. So it'll be you and Diesel. So enjoy. were ever able to reach the climax. Like we know with Cam, they were really good, went to the Super Bowl, fell short. But let's say the Carolina Panthers did become like a mini Chiefs dynasty, right? Win 2 of 6. At that point, do you think the Carolina Panthers in this area would then surpass college football?
Surpass? Still tough to say. I mean,
I don't think they would.
I think it matches the fervor. I think you'd have pretty even. I think it would draw even with college football.
I think even would be good. I guess this is terrible to say, but if South Carolina stopped, right, it'd be easier. Clemson not at the dynasty level that they were a few years ago, it'd be easier. I just think it's fascinating that in this area, especially here in South Carolina, you do meet an NFL fan. Like when we were at Dave & Buster's and you're there on Sundays in the fall, I'm sure you meet a lot more NFL fans there. And like when you were at Wings and Bowling Springs, there are NFL fans here and they're passionate about their team. Like if you go to an NFL sports bar on Sunday, it's NFL jerseys everywhere. And I love that being an NFL fan. However, the passion, even though it's more for college football, you don't see like the same, I hate to say this, middle-aged old men at a bar watching college football with their jerseys on, right? Is it just weird because you have a college kid's jersey on and that's a no-no? Because you see all these jerseys in the pros, people just they flock, they represent.
Yeah, good news. I mean, with at least with pros, you go buy a player's jersey, there's a good chance he's going to stay on your team for quite a while, right? Like you're going to buy the quarterback's jersey or the wide receiver's jersey, something like that. With college, you go buy that jersey. That guy's a star because he's it used to be. Now it's not so much really the same thing. He's a star because he's a junior, senior quarterback or a running back who's been there for a while. And then as soon as you buy it, poof, he's gone.
Gone.
Yeah, I mean it's true. It's tough. I mean, I don't think there's just that culture of buying up college jerseys in the same way. I mean, you used to obviously before you couldn't put the name on the back of the jersey.
Correct.
So you could buy the number. And when I was in college, I bought a number 14 App State jersey because I wanted to wear the Armani Edwards jersey.
Yep.
But I hadn't bought one since.
And nobody knows who that is now, right? Unless you're an App State fan.
Sure.
So it's interesting. Now, before we close the show, programming note, not a little small one, huge one. Next time we're on air, Diesel, we will not be here. Where will we be? Speaking of Charlotte,
ACC Media Days.
Let's go. And we're starting it off on Monday with a huge interview. I mean, huge interview on Monday. Just so you know, on Monday, I have to pull up my text right now to you to find out the guy's name because I'm so forgetful. It's terrible that I do this. Peach Bowl Incorporated CEO and President Gary Stokan joining us on Wire to Wire Monday at 3:00 right off the freaking bat.
Well, what's great about this, Cole, is day one, you and I are going to be there days 1 and 3.
Yeah.
I believe Rob is going to be there all 4 days. Day one, we're going to have Florida State, Georgia Tech, and newcomers SMU. Kevin Jennings from SMU, Brent Key from Georgia Tech. We know are going to be available to us. Day 3, Boston College, Duke, Louisville, Miami, and Wake Forest. Look out, Madcraft. He's gonna be just
Grayson
hog
Loftus
heaven.
too.
Yeah, Grayson Loftus will be there. Thomas Castellanos from Boston College, Francisco Mauagoa from Miami.
Let's go.
It's gonna be great.
So
excited to see this big time production. Back on Monday for show number 83. We are Wire to Wire with the Fan Upstate.